Welcome and thank you for joining today's conference, Market Surveillance Committee meeting. Before we begin, please ensure you have opened the chat panel by using the associated icon located at the bottom of your screen. If you require technical assistance, please send a chat to the event producer. All audio lines have been muted until the Q&A portion of the call. We will give you instruction on how to ask a question at that time. With that, I'll turn the call over to Dr. Benjamin Hobbs, Chair of the Market Surveillance Committee. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Silas, and good morning, everybody. Silas said I'm Ben Hobbs from Johns Hopkins University, and I chair the Market Surveillance Committee. And with me are Scott Harvey and Jim Bushnell, who are also members of the MSC. In addition, we have today's speakers, Dr. Guillermo Bautista Alderete, Danny Johnson and Gabe Murtaugh. And finally, additional ISO staff are with us today. Thanks for joining us. Shami Davis and Greg Cook and John Gooden will be joining us a little bit later. On the agenda today, we will start, as always, with the opportunity for stakeholder comment, and I'll invite you in just a minute to get in queue to make comments or ask questions about any matter you'd like. Although if it's about one of the three agenda items today, I would prefer that you wait until we get to those items. So on the agenda, first of all, we'll have a presentation by Guillermo about the September heat wave, talking about heat wave conditions, how the resource sufficiency evaluation performed in that case, and finally how the storage resources performed. And this is, of course, the heat wave of this last summer. That will be until approximately 11 o'clock Pacific time, and then we'll follow with the discussion of the ISO's resource sufficiency evaluation 2 proposal, and Danny Johnson will be presenting that. Then after a half-hour break for lunch, we'll resume about 1 o'clock, and Gabe Murtaugh will be talking about some facets of the energy storage initiative that is supposed to be going to the Board of Governors this coming month. And we'll be concluding at about 2:30. So at this point, I would invite anybody in the audience who has a comment about any issue other than those that are later on the agenda. If you have a comment or question, please queue up. Silas, can you invite folks to get in line?
Absolutely. If you have a comment you would like to share, please press the raise hand icon on your screen to enter the queue. The raise hand icon is located just above the chat panel. It looks like a little hand. You will hear a beep tone when your line is unmuted. At that time, you can state your name and comment. Once again, clicking the raise hand icon located above the chat panel will place you in the queue. There seem to be no questions or comments in the queue at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go right into then the first major agenda item. Guillermo, thank you for putting this data together about the heat wave. Of course, it's really good news that we did not have rotating outages and the system remained reliable during these unprecedented load levels. But it doesn't mean that things weren't stressed, and there are definitely interesting things that we need to look at here. So, Guillermo, it's yours.
Thank you, Ben. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, slightly muffled. So if you get closer to the mic, I think we'll hear you clearer.
Okay. Let me try this way. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the summer events. And we just had a stakeholder call last week to go over the whole story of the summer heat wave of September 2022. And for this session, even though it's still related to the summer 2022 heat wave, given the topics of interest, we are reducing the scope for the discussion on this topic. I would really like to focus surgically in a couple of topics. If we can move to the next slide, please. Specifically, in reference to the topics that are of interest as we go through the initiatives in the policy space. One of those has to do with the resource efficiency evaluation. This is a topic that has been of interest for the last 2 years as we develop and enhance the calculation of the resource efficiency evaluation, specifically about the capacity test. And the second topic is also a topic that is going to be presented later for the policy effort that has to do with the performance of storage resources. These are two of, I would say, 6, 7 different topics that we cover overall in the assessment of the summer heat wave. And I would like to really focus on these 2 specific areas of analysis for this morning. As you indicated, Ben, at the end of the day, we were able to keep the lights on, and it was quite an amazing event, extraordinary in many directions, and the actions and how things play are quite complicated, I would say, because the market is a complex machine that has many moving pieces, and it's important to realize how they interplay and how they come together. Next slide, please. As a summary, I would say what helped us or how we were able to keep the lights on. And it's not just one reason, one driver, but a confluence of many different factors. One of those has to do with the additional capacity that we have in the system. And just to put a reference, that it's always amazing to see the explosive growth of storage resources. Back in 2020, in December 2020, we have barely 300, 400 megawatts of storage resources. For this summer, we have over 3,000 megawatts of storage resources. That makes a difference. We also have a whole process developed to improve the coordination, not only internal to the CAISO processes, but also with external agencies, external participants, other balancing areas, and create also the awareness and the communication, right? This year, for instance, we were getting this foresee condition that they start to realize as early as 8 days in advance. This is as early as we can start to see how things come. And as we progress through the days, we realize that the heat wave was here to stay and potentially get even worse as the day progressed. Having that awareness and be able to trigger all this communication and coordination obviously goes a long way. In addition to that, as you may have been involved heavily in the last 2 years, we implemented a series of enhancements in the market to have a better handling of the extreme conditions that we are facing for these summer conditions. And there is a variety of enhancements that we implemented. Many of those have to do with making the real-time more appropriate to respond to the tight conditions, to create the price signals, to incentivize supply, and to reflect the scarcity conditions that we have. We also have this other side of the equation, the demand side. We have a series of new state programs that provided non-market resources and relief to the conditions that we were dealing with. And obviously, we also have the deployment of demand response. We also have efforts for conservation. And altogether, you could see in several graphs that we have how all this came together to provide the last megawatt of relief for the tight supply conditions. And the last one is not completely under our control, but actually it helped us to be positioned better for dealing with the real-time conditions. And that has to do with, even though California experienced this extreme heat wave, it was not as extreme as in the rest of the West. And that simply means that there may have been additional supply that could have been available to meet the CAISO demands. And we saw robust levels of imports coming into our system. So part of luck in there to have these conditions elsewhere to be less stringent than what we faced in the CAISO system. Next slide, please. And this is a very interesting illustration, just to put in context the event that we went through September 2022. This gives you a distribution of the loads, that the historical loads that we have had in the CAISO system for the last 11 years for the summer months. They are organized by month and by year in this matrix. And it just shows you the distribution, the density of the distribution, and it's color-coded to reflect the level of demand. The farther you are in the right, the more extreme, the higher the load is, and it's color-coded to be in red. And that gives you perspective of how the demands in the summer months have evolved. And obviously, you place yourself, for instance, in 2017 for September, that is another heat wave that we have where we exceeded the 50,000 megawatts. That was close to break the record that we have back in 2006, but we still came a little bit under. And if you compare that now against the one that we just have in the September 22, that can give you a sense of how different this was. It was not just the fact that we have 1 hour with that high load of 52,000 megawatts, the fact that it was cumulative, it was sustained for 10 days, and that means we have many more hours with that level of high loads. Next slide, please. This is an illustration of the temperatures, and in the report, we provide different ways of measuring how extreme that heat wave was. And one of those is the number of records that we broke. There were 100-year-old records broken in terms of temperatures. And as part of the summer assessments, we typically have our team doing this type of assessment of 1 in X, how extreme that was. Using the last 28 years, this event of the 2022 happens to be 1 in 25-year event. It was extreme, and you can see in orange in the graph. In some portions of California, it was actually the record warmest. And so, not surprisingly, that drove the demand that is highly influenced by the temperature dynamics. With this, let me give you just the preamble of the next two topics. If we move to the next slide, please. It's important to put in reference the most extreme day. And for much of the discussion, you are going to see that we focus specifically either on September 6th, that was the day when we have the record, or the tight period of September 5th through the 8th, that was the adjacent days that were also with very high loads. This one shows you a couple of pieces of information. The first one is the trend of the demand. We have the gross conforming load, that is the dark and blue line, the trend, coupled with the net load, that is the dotted gray line below. And there is a red and purple markers to stand for the peaks of the gross and the net load. And that is in reference to the time frames when we have the energy emergencies. EA1, EA2 happens to be at the same time, and these are reflected in the shaded area in yellow. And then in the center, we have the time frame where we actually have the EA3 that was in orange. And you can see relative to these time frames of the emergencies where the peaks stand. There is also a portion in where we switch the color from blue to gray to green for the gross load. That is the time when we have the market-based demand response activated in our systems, either RDR or proxy demand response. And there is also a vertical darkened line. That is the line when the emergency call is called came in. And when you put these pieces together, first you can see that the emergency really captured the time frame that is the most critical one for operations, that is the net load. Obviously, the gross peak matters because it's the high level you have of load. But as we start going deeper into the night, operationally, one of the most challenging times is the net load peak. And that is just in the middle of the emergency time frame. And you can also see the profile of the demand. It's not a very smooth and continuous demand. It's a very jumpy demand profile for the gross load. And you can see right after the call how the profile of that demand basically deep dives. It was a significant reduction. There is no way with the data that we have available that we can dissect how much was because of the coal, how much was because of conservation. But all in all, we can see that all the conservation, including the coal, we estimated that it could be up to 1,500 megawatts of relief that happens by energy conservation, demand that didn't realize. And this is interesting because once we are with this functioning of the market, one question is going to be, how do we ensure that the price are able to capture that reaction, that energy conservation, right? Because it's quite significant, and obviously, if there is demand that is not there, how can we price that accordingly when we are getting this relief of the energy conservation? Next slide, please. Okay, this is just the introduction to put in context the conditions of the heat wave. Now, corresponding to this discussion of the MSC that is followed by discussions of the RSC and the storage resources, the areas I would like to focus on and go deeper is about two: the resource efficiency evaluation, specific for the CAISO area, and specific to the capacity test. And the second topic is going to be performance of the storage resources. And I'm very surgical about the scope of this discussion because obviously we put a lot of attention to the CAISO performance, the CAISO area, and given all the discussions that we have had with the policy enhancement that really boils down to the capacity test, I believe that would be a very useful way to bridge the discussion between actual operations and policy development. Next slide, please. For the rest of the presentation, you will either see a specific metric related to September 6th or for the 4-day set of September 6th through the 8th. And when it comes to the capacity test, we have provided these metrics. Very few metrics are brand new for this presentation. What we have here is a simple comparison of the capacity that is available in the test versus the demand requirement that we have in the test. When you have enough supply, enough capacity to meet that demand, you pass the test. When you don't, you fail the test. So this is in a gross basis to just do a type of power balance. And do we have enough supply to meet our demand requirement? And when you see the whole spectrum of the 50,000 plus megawatts, it's hard to see on the edges, right? But you can see obviously that the area in gray is the incremental supply. The incremental supply for EIM areas is no more than anything that is above the basis schedule. CAISO doesn't have basis schedule, so our reference is the last solution of the 50-minute market. Any capacity that could be still available with headroom to be dispatched above this last FMM solution comes in this portion in gray. The other portion is the base supply, is just the total internal generations based on the last FMM solution. And then the schedule interchange that is also based on the last FMM solution. And this is just a way to organize the supply. You can organize it in these components. Now, if we look at the peak times around ending 18, 19, you can see that the line of the demand requirement really goes along the line or even above the total cumulative supply that we have for this time of the day. Naturally, you are going to see that the incremental supply is going to diminish or run out because effectively when we reach the peak, there is no more supply available to be dispatched beyond what FMM is already projecting to dispatch. This is one way to see the capacity available in a total basis. There is another way. We can move to the next slide where we can see the same numbers in an incremental basis. The incremental basis is no more than what is the incremental supply, anything that is above the basis schedules and above the FMM schedules for the CAISO, versus the incremental requirement, that is just the difference of the demand changes that we have. Anytime the incremental supply is higher than the incremental requirement, we pass the test. And the portion in gray here is the difference between the supply and the demand in an incremental basis. And you can see on September 6th, there are specifically two intervals in which either we don't have any incremental imbalance available, that is the first time in our ending 18, and then it becomes actually a little bit negative in the interval of our ending 19. These are the two intervals in which the CAISO area failed the capacity test. Next slide, please.
Guillermo?
Yes.
This is Jim. I just wanted to, maybe we can defer this, but I'd like to talk through I've been thinking about the implications of the LPT exports, which during this period, I assume we're operating under the existing rules where those exports are counted towards the requirement. So they're in the demand here. And have you guys looked at how big a chunk that would be, or what this would look like if the proposal to remove them from the requirement were adopted?
Yes, and I can elaborate on that now, Jim, because I don't have a specific material on that later on.
Okay, fine.
I can tell you that if I just look at the numbers that we effectively cleared for low priority exports, in the most critical time of September 6th, we cleared about 1,061 megawatts of low priority exports. Effectively, that could be as much as low priority exports that moving forward we could not consider to be part of the net schedule interchange. Now, as you may have read through the report, there was a series of issues and complications we have in the software that resulted in that amount of low priority exports being cleared. So if we were in this ideal place where we didn't have any software issues or complications in the logic, for those days, ideally we should have cleared 0 low priority exports right off from the HASP market, because we were so tight that all the exports should have been reduced. But because of these complications of the exports, materially, we ended up clearing about 1,000 megawatts of low priority exports. That would be as much as the difference that you could see with a potential change in that regard. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. I guess I'll get to whether those actually were delivered then during the emergency period, but we can talk about that if you're getting to it later.
Okay, sure. Do we have any other questions so far?
If you would like to enter the question queue, please press the raised hand icon on your screen. The raised hand icon is located just above the chat panel. Pressing that on the WebEx will indicate that you wish to ask a question. If you are on the phone-only line, you may dial #2 on your telephone keypad to enter the question queue. There seem to be no questions in the queue at this time.
Okay, let's continue. If we go back now to the actual operations real-time conditions, I would like to put in perspective what did these failures mean. And here we have the reuse of the demand profile, the gross demand and the net demand in gray and blue correspondingly. And the bright blue stands actually for the demand utilized in the capacity test. And we also have the time frames in yellow and orange for the emergencies 1, 2, and 3. And the shaded area in green stands for the 2 50-minute intervals where we have the failures. And these failures fall within the time frame of the EA3. These happen around past the gross peak and about the same time of the net load peak. And one of the factors to consider here is, for instance, how significant the difference of the demand, the actual demand, was relative to the demand using the capacity test. And you can see in the bright blue that at some point the forecast starts to react, right? We start to see less demand and the forecast starts to project that it has to go faster down because the demand was not tracking as high as was originally forecasted. And that difference is no more than the conservation, the response that we have in the demand, that non-smooth profile of the demand response effect, and the conservation is showing completely here. So when we run the test, we have this projection of the load forecast ahead of time, and eventually that cut off with the trend of the reduced demand. So when we put in perspective what demand we actually have to meet relative to the projected demand to pass the test, that gives you a gap, a delta there of the demand that was in place. Okay, next slide, please.
Bert,
Yes.
Guillermo,
Yes.
on this slide, it seems to me that the magnitude of the overestimation of demand is much larger than the CAISO failures. Is that right?
Case of failures. Let me see the failures. I don't remember the amount of.
The failures looked
megawatt.
pretty small on your chart before.
Yes, it was very tiny. Basically, one was like 0 and the other was a few megawatts. And
Right.
here,
Here it looks like thousands of megawatts of overestimated demand. I mean, I
Right.
wonder if the CAISO is going to go to an ex post calculation of penalties, maybe the penalties should be calculated based on the actual failure relative to the actual demand rather than to the demand forecast. So that if an entity like the CAISO comes in thousands of megawatts below its forecast because of demand response, that it shouldn't trigger penalties.
Yeah, that's a good point, Scott.
It could also
And
be
I think-
used to, if it's after the fact, if there are mistakes in calculating the test, they could be adjusted for. So you could, if we're not doing it in real time and the penalties are after the fact, it seems to me both of those things could be accounted for. But
Okay, yeah, that would be an interesting discussion. I see. I see the point.
And these are RTD demand forecasts, so there isn't a.
Oh no, this is actual. This is measured demand.
Right, but no, the blue line.
The gray line and the dark blue are actual demand. This is the
Yeah,
measured
no,
demand.
I meant the capacity test demand.
Yeah, this is the 15-minute demand. Yes.
15-minute. Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to sense how much load conformance might play a role versus something else. But if this isn't in coming out of HASP, I mean, obviously the demand response is playing a big chunk of this. But I do want.
to be clear, the load conformance is not in any of these estimates, right? These are right.
Well, that's what I was asking, basically.
Yeah, and that is precisely why I took the actual rather than any market one, because the actual is the natural reference for what really happened and factors in effectively any energy conservation. Okay, these are very good points, and I'm sure they could be naturally discussed in the next session. Okay, any other question? Okay, next slide, please. When we come, now that we passed the topic of the capacity test on its own, one of the important things is the consequences of passing or failing the test. This is one slide that we put in previous presentations, trying to get a sense of what was the material implication of CAISO failing the test for these two intervals on September 6th. The trend that you have in blue through the day is the RTD Western Energy Imbalance Market transfers on 5-minute basis for the CAISO area. Then we also highlighted the periods of emergencies 1, 2, and 3. And there are two markers, two lines in red that stand for the limits that were imposed in the RTD market to limit the CAISO transfers during the time it failed the test. These are the last available FMM transfers that reflect the time of the failure. And if you see for both cases, and maybe the first one is the most obvious one, you can see that the natural transfers that were optimally clearing already in the CAISO for hour ending 18 interval 3 or 4 was about no more than 1,500 megawatts, while the limit imposed because of the failure was maybe around 2,900 megawatts. Effectively, having a limit of 2,900 megawatts on a transfer that naturally is already clearing at basically a half the value is immaterial. So the same thing holds for the second interval. You can see that the limit imposed was around 1,800 megawatts or so. The transfers at that time were about 1,000 megawatts. So having that bounds on the transfers to not import more beyond what was available from the last FMM solution because of the failures didn't have a material impact on the transfer solution for the CAISO because transfers, again, were already naturally clearing way below these limitations. Next slide, please.
Guillermo, just hold on a second. I'm just trying to
Yes.
understand why the transfer limit is so high. Because I thought that if it should be set at the level from the last interval that passed.
Yes, but it is from the last interval from the 15-minute market.
Okay,
not
so
from
we're not seeing the
RTD.
15-minute transfers, and that's what's not in this picture. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, and the reason why I did that is because effectively the RTD transfers are the ones that realize, right? These are the ones based on the dispatches that are sent to resources. The 15-minute markets are somehow financially binding, but they are somehow advisory operationally wise. They don't mean a transfer is realized until you really go into the 5-minute market.
Right. So this is also basically showing that the 15-minute market was buying a lot more imports than actually came in RTD.
Yes, yeah, and we have seen that trend, and we have discussed that trend that is consistent typically, and that is another series of dynamics that happen there that we see that eventually in the RTD market they come much lower. Okay, any other question?
Mark Smith just posted something in the chat.
Let me see if I can find that. Okay. Dr. Bushner just brought up load conformance. Based on the report, it appears load conformance was the most significant driver to clearing price, especially in FMM. Do you agree? And where the other drivers? Please also comment on the spread between FMM and RTD. Yes, okay. Yeah, let me further this discussion. So, as Jim was pointing out, these limits that we imposed here in the RTD were based on the FMM transfers. And naturally, you can see the FMM transfers, at least for these points shown, were higher than the RTD transfers. Through the report, we put a series of methods where you can really see the tracking of the FMM transfers relative to the RTD transfers. And consistently, we have seen that, at least in the critical periods, the FMM and the HASP transfers coming higher than the RTD transfers. And one of the main drivers, rightfully Mark pointed out, has to do with the interplay of load conformance. And we explained this in detail in the analysis that we did to support the policy initiative of the resource efficiency evaluation. What the dynamic that we have seen is that we have, let me step back. First, the reasons of the conformance, right? They are different between RTD and FMM and HASP. The conformances that we see in RTD are no more than the true up of the imbalances that the operators see minute to minute. They see A's, they see deviations, and they just are balancing, truing up that with imbalance. That is the driver for the load conformance in RTD. And that is the reason when you see, at least in the report, the trend is kind of more chaotic, it's less defined, it's all over the place, up and down in the days. That is different in perspective, in trend, in needs when we move into the conformance of the 15 and the hourly scheduling process. In there is looking ahead of time, and one of the reasons we have explained that the need for the load conformance in the HASP and FMM is to secure this flexible ramp capacity, to position resources ahead of time, bring additional imports as much as we can, because that is the last opportunity to bring those imports, and to handle uncertainty. Uncertainty still materializes in the real-time market, and all in all, these are the way the operators position the system ahead of time. That is the reason when you see the conformances in FMM and the HASP, you see a more defined, well-defined profile of the conformance that is basically following the net demand profile. And for the specific days of the heat wave, we saw conformances as high as 5,000 megawatts in the HASP, same levels in the FMM, and I believe for RTD they were in the range of up to 2,000 or 2,500 megawatts. So you can see that naturally the conformance is going to create a divergence, because now when we impose, let's say, 5,000 megawatts of conformance in HASP and FMM, that is no more than asking 5,000 megawatts of additional demand to meet with supply. Supply from not only the CAISO system, but across the wider footprint. That effectively is moving the clearing point higher in the bid stack, because now you have to clear for more demand. Obviously, you are going to use up more resources, and they are going to be priced at a higher price. So the consequence is that you would expect to see higher prices in HASP and FMM, because you are clearing against a higher demand requirement. When we come in RTD, the consequence of having that conformance in addition to the prices is that we may have secured additional imports. We may have reduced some exports. We may have committed internal resources. So now you have more supply indeed available in the market. When we come in RTD, we no longer have the same level of demand to be met, because instead of the 5,000 megawatts of load conformance, we may have 1,000, 2,000. Naturally, you're going to be clearing now at a lower point of the demand, compounded with the fact that you may have already secured additional imports, or you may have committed other resources. The consequence now for RTD is going to be that you are expected to see lower prices. And generally, you can see the trends that we put in the report, that is the trend that we see. Higher prices in FMM, lower prices in RTD. Let's see. Okay, I got the chat that I was breaking up. I don't know if people were able to hear me. Let me see if there is any questions.
As a reminder, if you do have a question, you can press the raise hand icon on WebEx or dial #2 on the phone only line. There seem to be no questions in the queue at this time.
Okay, let's move on then to the next slide, please. Now, when we go into understanding why the CAISO failed the capacity test, I think another question equally important is why the CAISO passed the capacity test in these critical times. This is one level of going deeper to understand where that extra capacity, or the capacity that was still available, was coming from. And we have provided this metric in the past. This is the incremental capacity that the test assumed to have available above the FMM schedules cleared for the CAISO. And it's color-coded by technology. And you can see for September 6th, the most significant contributor to the incremental capacity available was from storage resources. At the end of the day, there was some capacity available from demand response. There was some portion in green for energy resources. Neighboring days seem to be in a better shape. And I would like to focus a little bit on this, because this is where we start looking into specifically why that capacity was deemed to be still available when we were already in an emergency stage 3. Next slide, please. The most significant contributor to having incremental capacity available was from storage resources. This is a metric that we have also socialized in the past rounds of analysis and discussions, and compares 3 different things. One trend is for the capacity that was available or considered in the test. That is the gray upper trend, followed by a blue dark trend that accounts for the real-time capacity. That is the capacity that the RTD 5-minute market considered to have available to dispatch for these specific resources. This plot is specific for the storage resources. And then there is a thinner green trend that is in the lower part. That stands for the actual dispatches of those resources. As I have explained in the past, when we introduced this metric makes sense and is an accurate representation of the conditions of the capacity in the test and in the market only for the peaking time. because you may have a lot of capacity available in the real-time market that is not committed, that is not dispatched, that is unloaded effectively. If you, for instance, make this metric for hour ending 15, well, you're going to have a large discrepancy because there is a lot of unloaded capacity that is not needed yet. So when we compare and focus around hour ending 18, 19, 20, that is when you can get a good sense of really how much capacity was considered in the test versus available in the real-time market. And what you can see here is that there is a consistent gap. The capacity considered in the test was consistently higher than the capacity actually available in the real-time market. And that difference is no more than overcounting of the capacity from storage resources in the capacity test. There are like 3-4 variations of why that overcounting happened for the storage resources. But the main contributor was the fact that there was a miscalculation in the logic, that any upward capacity for storage resources to support ancillary services was not discounted when doing the calculation of the capacity test. So let me put an example. If we have, for instance, a resource that is 100 megawatts PMAX, and that resource has 60 megawatts of regulation up. When we go into the test, we should discount that 60 megawatts of regulation because it's not available. It's already supporting regulation, and therefore it's not capacity available for the test or to be utilized for energy. The calculation that we have in the test was erroneously accounting that upward regulation capacity as available, and therefore was counted towards the capacity to meet the capacity obligation. And that was incorrect, obviously. That shouldn't be the case. And that is the reason you can see these systemic and large gaps, because the storage resources happen to carry a lot of regulation. So all that regulation and any other AES in the upward direction was double counted in the capacity test. That issue has been already corrected, but impacted the accuracy of the capacity test on September 6th and in neighboring days as well.
Guillermo,
yes.
In the DMM report on the RSC, they had a figure 2.2, which showed the incremental battery capacity counted, and they noted a lot of it was unavailable due to AES, but during hour 18, they have quite a bit, 500 or 600, 700 megawatts is unavailable due to the minimum stated charge constraint. So that seems to me that we had a problem with resources being drawn down too fast, and also the minimum stated charge constraint not making the batteries available for the dispatch. Is that consistent with what you see?
Yes, I think I would differentiate. Yes, you are correct. I would slightly differentiate or caveat this a little bit, because I would like to distinguish between software issues or miscalculations in the logic that are just plain incorrect, that we have to fix, versus the ones that are still subject to discussions as to how we model, how we account for that. That is still an open question, how we can better account for that. So I would just like to distinguish between the two, because we have the two types of conditions here. The miscalculation of the AES capacity is a plain error in the calculation. We have corrected for that. There was another calculation issue of how we were accounting for the PMAX of the resources that was also corrected and impacted to some extent this. And then you have this other issue in the calculation of how we were accounting to spread the state of charge for the remainder of the hour of the test. And there was an issue in the calculation as well in there. And there may be one more item that has to do with how we have to consider storage resources when they may be carrying regulation or ancillary services in general, because that is still, I believe, not an issue per se in the logic, but more about a policy discussion of how we should rather consider that in consideration of the regulation awards when we are projecting what capacity is going to be available in the test.
Right. But it's not just a matter of the test, it's also, this also factors in the discussion of the storage, that big dip during hour 18 is self-induced because we didn't have enough state of charge, or our logic said wouldn't have been available. So, that's why I bring it up, because it's a potential lesson to think about in how our storage design is working.
No, yeah, and I have a lot of that material down the presentation, Scott. And I believe once we figure out what to do in the real-time and day-ahead market, a consequence is going to be what logic we carry in the capacity test.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
Guillermo, so there are a couple intervals here where the opposite issue comes up, where the capacity test is below the available real-time capacity. Is that just sort of capacity shows up, or is there some other miscounting that happens that creates that disparity?
There are so many permutations, Jim, that we were not able to ground every single one. So I wouldn't generalize what may have happened there, but it would be interesting to see if there is any other dynamic happening there. So I don't have a specific answer to that instance. Okay, next slide, please. Let me quickly summarize the issues that we identify in the capacity test calculation. One factor to consider here is that these issues actually impacted the test in both directions. Some were resulting in overcounting of capacity, others were resulting in undercounting of capacity. It was not just one-sided impact. And in the report, I believe we listed like 9 or 10 conditions that resulted in this calculation of the capacity in the test. One of those has to do with the logic of the MSG unit. Prior or during this time frame, we observed more than one unit that were coming back from outages. And there is some logic that we introduced in the latest round of enhancements to ensure that it is counted in the test only if it can start within a certain time frame. So there was an issue there because that capacity was counted, but it was because we have the wrong value of the startup time. And it was a stale value. It was not an accurate value. We have corrected that in the capacity test. It was as simple as that. Now, there were other cases in which we undercounted the capacity of MSG units. And this is one of the complications when we try to develop more logic in the capacity test. There are certain MSG units that, given the configuration they have, they can reach higher levels of capacity, but it's not a straight transition, going from 2x1 into 3x1, for instance. They may have to go down to another configuration and then be able to go up to a second higher configuration. The capacity test is not configured to explore all the potential permutations of configurations. It just says where we are and what can be achieved next without trying to find all the optimal pathways of potential configurations. What we see is that the capacity test in that sense was more conservative because it just considered what is obvious and the immediate transition is possible. In reality, in the real-time market, those units were able to transition to a higher configuration. So we gain access to more capacity that was just not counted in the capacity test. This is not a defect per se, it's just a limitation of how complicated you can do the logic of the MSG transitions to be counted in the test. There are some megawatts also that were counted in the real-time market, and that has to do with how we model our HVDC links in the CAISO system. We have the IPDC and the IPP links, and there are some type of in-kind losses that operation-wise we have to balance. Because we don't know what the losses are going to be, we basically account for those until the real time. And therefore, we don't have a good projection of what the losses are going to be in the day-ahead market or in the hash market. We just wait until the real-time market. And because of that, there is no opportunity for the capacity test to see that additional capacity considered to be exports. We model this as exports to the CAISO because it's losses to be accounted for. This is just a limitation of the timing and the logic that we have for modeling the losses. In some cases, it could round anywhere between 100 to 200 megawatts. Next slide, please. The next topic is quite complicated. It has many facets to the discussion, and it has to do with the treatment of imports and exports. We have all type of conditions that impacted the imports and exports. I already glanced through one of the software issues that we had, in which the HASP market resulted in a solution in which we clear low priority exports, but we reduce high priority exports, and we reduce ETC/TOR exports. And ideally, we have in this issue, we should have reduced all the low priority exports first. Potentially, we may have reduced some high priority, and we shouldn't have reduced any of the ETC/TORs. That is the intended logic to have. But because of these issues, that was not the sequencing of the exports that we cleared. Now, the complication is that self-contained in the real-time market. This bleed over the capacity test because there is a logic in the market. When we go and the market decides to reduce high priority exports, high priority exports are going to have the same priority of CAISO load. And they are going to be reduced once the operators deem that we are in the place where we have to reduce our own load and therefore reduce the high priority exports. So we have the HASP solution that is projecting to have these reductions. Now, by default, these reductions are blocked in the system so that the operator have an opportunity to assess, do I let that reduction to go through, or do I have a condition where I'm not reducing my own load and therefore the high priority exports can still flow through? So they have this window of assessment, but by default, the export reductions come as block, meaning they are not going to go out downstreams. And on these days, these high priority export reductions were blocked and the operators let it be blocked. That means they were able to flow in the real life system. What happens is that the capacity test has to grab that information from the market, including the exports, because they are part of the net scale interchange that is considered in the capacity test. When it grabs the information of the imports and exports, it grabs the information from the original HASP solution that was projecting to have reduction of exports, even though one step later they were blocked and they were allowed to flow. So because of that, the test was considering the reduced values in the consideration of the NSI instead of the original value. That means we consider less exports than what actually flow in the real-time system. And therefore, it was overcounting the capacity that could be available, or undercounting the load obligation because we consider less exports in the capacity test. That is one of the flavors. There was also another item in which we clear imports properly based on economics, based on the capacity available. However, after the fact, once we clear HAS, once they are coming past the T-40, indeed past T-40, some of exports up to 460 for that time of the day were curtailed by other transmission service providers outside the CAISO, similar to what the CAISO can do, that when they have to manage an overschedule on intertie, we go and reduce tax. Well, the same happens for other transmission service providers. They can go and reduce if they have to manage the constraint under the limit. So on those cases, our imports were reduced because of these other areas, challenges to manage the overscheduling on some constraints. And therefore, we didn't have that capacity considered in the real-time market. However, because these were cuts after the fact, past T-40, the test naturally wouldn't have the opportunity to see those cuts coming in, and therefore originally consider the clearing imports that we have in the HASP market. There is nothing wrong in the logic. It is simply a matter of the time. If it is an after-the-fact cut, well, that's real life. It happens, and the test is already behind us, we cannot consider that in the assessment of the test. But just to put the pieces together here.
Guillermo, I
The
have
third
two
element-
questions.
yes.
Could I get in two questions? One,
Yes.
for the low priority exports that cleared but shouldn't have cleared, if we really got into trouble, we would have cut those transactions, wouldn't we?
Yes, by provisions, we are expected that we have the ability to reduce these exports as the time we are arming load in the system.
Right, okay.
That is
And then-
I'm sorry. That is by principle, by provision. The complication here is that right now our operators don't have the full visibility into all these exports, so they need more sophisticated tools to be able to first identify which ones are all these low priority exports, and then the tool to be able to do these curtailments in the system. Because this doesn't happen in the market, it happens in the tagging application. And the tagging application has no visibility into what is low priority, what is economical, what is high priority. It just sees the tags. So there is work for us to close the gap there to ensure that we have the process in place to be able to effectuate these curtailments. By principle and provision, we should be able to do that, yes.
Right, I mean, I know for other system operators in the East, they know what transactions they have the ability to cut, and it's not just in the software. The operators know what they can cut and what they can't. So that would be good for our operators to have the same visibility, so there's no confusion if this ever mattered. Were the imports that were curtailed on September 6th during the net load peak, or were they at another time?
I focus specifically for this summary. I specifically focus on September 6th hour ending 19, but
Okay.
it was not just 1 hour. It was spread over multiple hours and actually over the next day as well.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah. Do we have any other questions on the phone?
We do currently have a few hands up on our phone line. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and question.
Thanks. Hi, Guillermo. Hi, MSC. This is Dan Williams from Customized Energy Solutions. I'm hoping if we have just a minute or two, I can drill down on a couple questions that I brought up on our CAISO call on this. And that's just around the stacking of the available resources that are getting counted. And there was a metric that DMM produced that showed the amount of out-of-market purchases at the interties that CAISO operators were making during some of these intervals. And it looked just from the chart that was around 700, 900, as much as 900 megawatts of out-of-market purchases that were being made. And not the emergency energy, but just out-of-market purchases at the ties. And so my assumption is that those are getting tagged as firm imports, and so they should get picked up in the resource efficiency capacity test for the CAISO and get counted by them, assuming that they are coming in, or getting transacted early enough that they can get picked up in the test. And I'd also assume that those are then getting accounted for from a cost causation perspective, that they're getting uplifted to measured demand to pay for those. So some of it's getting assigned out to any exports that got scheduled during those same intervals. But my question for the MSC then is, if we think about that energy, is that something that should be more a part of our discussion around price formation? If those purchases are being made, should there be an LMP impact from them, or some way to reflect that in the price formation that's happening during those intervals when they're being scheduled?
Right, and I think you are pointing the question to the MSC, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't looked exactly at the correlation, but it looked like most of the emergency imports were when the prices were at the bid cap, the $2,000 cap anywhere. So I'm not sure, that a simple rule would have made any difference, because it was already at 2,000, and that's the cap under the Order 831 filing. Did you have something else in mind?
Yeah, I guess I could I guess email you the DMM report is for the one that they made to the Regional Issues Forum back in
Right.
early November, and so we didn't have perfect information of exactly what the volumes were during different hours, but it didn't appear like the out-of-market purchases were only coming in when we were at the bid cap. So just maybe something to follow up on in the future when we're talking price formation. Just if you feel like there needs to be looking into some sort of a trigger or something like that, similar to what we do for when reserves are released as firm energy, they're released into the market at a much higher price. Should the same thing be done for out-of-market purchases on the ties, on the assumption that that's getting picked up when maybe they weren't economic or weren't offered into HASP and weren't scheduled through the normal market means?
Yeah, there are a lot of issues with the out-of-market purchases, and if they're they may be making them in advance, and then it turns out when they come in we don't need them. So it's we don't want to automatically raise prices just because there were out-of-market purchases made if they were made long in advance. But yeah, we can look at that and think about it. It seems to me we looked at this back in the intertie deviation, so I'll have to go back and look at the discussion of how this is supposed to be addressed.
Sure. The other question, just kind of keep us going quickly here, is just when we're talking about the changes in load bias between the HASP, FMM, and RTD, we're often focusing on that from a price perspective, but I'm curious if there are any concerns just about a market stability perspective of having such high conformance in HASP and FMM, and the EIM areas sort of expecting, based on the advisory transfers, to be sending so much power to the CAISO, but then having that flip around in RTD and not realize. I assume that it's all the market systems are looking at ramp rates and not allowing anything kind of unachievable to happen. But are there any concerns there about the stability impacts of having such high conformance in and then pulling it out when you get to RTD?
I mean, everything's security constrained economic dispatch in the 15-minute market and in RTD. So all of this is going to be feasible both, and really it's only the RTD that matters, because that's, as Guillermo said, the other stuff is just schedules. It's the changes in RTD that actually have operational significance. We talked about, one aspect of this in our last RSC opinion, that, it's the driver, the load conformance at first might have been just the CAISO need for flexible ramp, but some of the things we've heard about in terms of, the zero shadow price of ramp and all the BAAs around the CAISO and draining flexible ramp. I mean, the operators may be putting this in so that the HASP exports don't completely drain the region of unloaded capacity. So they're actually doing it for a reliability purpose, not just for the CAISO, but for the whole constrained region around the CAISO. So I don't know that it's necessarily a bad thing. It may be an essential thing, given the way the other pieces of the market system are working.
And so on that, and I'm not going to be on the line for the DAME portion later, so I just was going to kind of put this out there now, and that in the CAISO report, there's some really good metrics about the RUC load conformance, and then how the uncertainty that was done for that conformance realized in the real-time market, and what the drivers were for it. And I guess just I would be curious down the road to kind of get your take when you go through that section. I think it's around like pages 115 to 120, somewhere in there. But it stands out pretty starkly that the main driver of realized uncertainty during the middle part of the day is load uncertainty, just in the and it seems to correlate with the highest solar production hours midday. But then the realized uncertainty or realized ramping in the peak hours seems to be driven in just a couple hours by the solar ramping need. And I guess what popped out in my mind was just thinking back to some of the DMM conversations and recommendations that they've had around developing an intraday flexible ramping product versus a real-time market flexible ramping product. And just kind of as we're looking at DAME, the way that DAME's being put together with the day-ahead products, going from day-ahead to real-time, whether some form of an intraday might be a different way of looking at getting at where the uncertainty is actually realizing during these most difficult conditions. So let's put that out there as a comment that won't be on later for Dane, but definitely would be curious, as you read that section, what stands out for you?
There was a lot to think about in the discussion of RUC, and but Dame's not on the agenda for later today. That's another time, but we'll talk about it.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the time.
Operators, I think we have one more question.
Moving on to the next caller. Your line is unmuted. Please state your name and question.
Hey, Guillermo, this is Michelle Keto from the CPUC. Just a few questions. First of all, was BIP activated, the Based Interruptible program activated on September 6th during the EEA2 and EEA3?
Interruptible, you mean the market-based demand response?
Yeah, the 800 megawatts of the Base Interruptible programs that the utilities have.
Yes, and I don't remember the precise time, but yes, they were activated, and I believe it was about 800 megawatts at some point.
Okay, and were they included in the tests in all intervals?
Let me recall. I put the metric in the report, and in the report you should be able to see how much was considered in the test. Yes, they were considered. I recall that. But it's a hit and miss. You can look at the trends in the report, and you will see that, generally speaking, they were considered up to the same amount. We did have an issue in the calculation of that RDR capacity in the real-time market. So we should have accounted for more in the real time than what was actually considered. But yes, they were considered in the test.
Okay. My other question is, since CAISO knew that the high priority exports were wrong and reversed them, how come they didn't know that everything else was LPT eligible to be cut before arming load in EEA3?
You said before or at the same time of arming load? Because I think that's
I'd prefer you guys to cut the LPTs before arming load. But we did arm load for, I don't know, 3 hours, right? Or some long period of time during which we did not cut the LPTs, right?
Yeah, but there is a lot on this discussion, Michelle. Let me touch on a couple of things because this is quite convoluted. The first one, let me recharacterize what I said earlier today. Incorrectly, we have about 1,061 megawatts. That is the number that we manage in the report of low priority exports that were clear in the HAS market and they were able to flow through. I would caveat a little bit that number because when we were analyzing this, it was between 300 and 400 megawatts of the low priority exports that were actually providing congestion management. So even with everything working fine, I would expect to see that not all the time, all the low priority exports are going to be reduced all the way to zero. There will be good conditions and complicated conditions that require some low priority exports to clear, such as providing counterflows. One basic example I can point to that is, for instance, when you have exports going through Malin, most likely these exports are going to be providing counterflow to imports coming through Malin. So if you reduce this to zero, is anything good? Because with that now you eliminate counterflows that allow you to bring more imports. So There shouldn't be an
Well,
expectation.
yeah,
Plain, yeah. But let me just
right,
say,
but you know, sorry, if you, I mean, otherwise you might cut the RA imports. I mean, assuming that all those are RA imports at the tie, it just means that you're exporting out the RA imports that would have otherwise. Anyway, okay. But getting to your point that CAISO was able to see the high priority exports and release them, even though they had cut them in HASP. I still, I guess, don't understand why CAISO wouldn't cut the LPTs post HASP when you're in an EEA3 and arming load. It seems like that's a real reliability issue.
No, yeah, I explained this a bit earlier. I don't know if you joined. What I was indicating is that, yes, by provision and by principle, we expect that by the time we start arming load, we could start cutting these low priority exports. That didn't happen on the heat wave of September, in part because even if by provision we can do it, right now we have a limitation by our operators that they are not able to see transparently which ones are all these exports. And that's the reality. So we are working to ensure that they gain the visibility that they need to be able to implement this.
Okay, and is this what you're doing in RSC 3 by calling them provisionally firm or something?
Michelle, this is the issue I was raising earlier. I mean, I think they need a tool so the operators can see what is a low priority transaction, not just in the software, but the operators when they're making, manual cuts. And I know that other system operators in the East, they have that visibility. They know which ones they can cut, and they cut transactions in checkout. And it seems like that's a operational capability that CAISO operators don't have, but they need to have.
Okay, I mean, it just seems like this is also going to continue, because if you clear LPTs based on advisory WEAM imports, which you think are going to be really big, you could have really large LPT exports and then things go wrong. Like, for example, on July of 2021, when the intertie went down, right? And we cleared 4,000 megawatts of LPTs and we didn't have the intertie anymore. So you have to have visibility. I mean, you could do it through the HASP process, but sometimes you have to do it post HASP. And this is a very clear example of where you might have wanted to do it post HASP. So, okay.
No, I think we hear your point. And yes, if everything works as it should be, HASP should put you already in a very close position where basically you have very few or non-low priority exports. And then the next step would be after the fact curtailments by operators. But for that, they need to have the visibility.
Then I just want to talk a little bit about the 450 megawatts that were cut post HASP from other BAAs. Have you thought about the fact that we would then go into arming load at an EEA3 because of that cut? Does that seem equitable? That California, that their cut of the resources then leads us into an EEA3. Is that not a reliability issue?
Well, it is a reliability issue also for them, right? Because if you are over the scale on the constraint, you have to bring the constraint under the limit, right? We do the same thing anytime we have an intertie over the schedule. And that happens quite frequently. We have to get under the limit, and that means you're going to curtailing tax across the spectrum. This is nothing about a capacity problem. This is a congestion management problem, a scheduling management problem.
Right, but it results in us potentially going into an EEA3 to support exports that in HASP looked feasible.
Well, I think you are mixing things now, Michelle. And I don't see what the point of the exports in this specific item.
Okay, so you go into HASP, you think you have 460 megawatts of cleared imports. You clear, let's say, 460 megawatts of LPT exports. The other balancing authority cuts the 460 megawatts of imports. You're under tight system conditions. You continue to support those LPT exports until you're arming load. That's the reliability issue.
Well, I really don't like how you characterize things because they are not representative of how things actually happen. So let me give a try. So in the HASP market, yes, we clear these imports because it was feasible from our point of view. yes, we cleared exports because of the issues that we have, but we shouldn't have. And these exports should have been cleared rather than 1,000 megawatts. They should have been cleared around 700, 600. Sorry, they should have been cleared 300, 400. That is the best information that we have at that time of running the market. At the time, we have to clear the hash process, right? It's a process that starts 75 minutes in advance. Timing is critical here, and it's the best information that we have. Now, after that is after the fact, is post-market. Similar to what we do, any service provider has to ensure that they comply with scheduling and transmission limits. If we have an issue on Malin where we have to derate or we have an experience at the rate on the system, what is going to happen is that operators are going to reduce, they are going to curtail tax in a pro rata fashion because they have to bring the schedules under the limit. We do that anytime it happens for the CAISO. That is no different to what happened that day for other providers. They were experiencing another scheduling, they were over the limit, and like what we do, they have to bring that under the limit. That was not a trade-off with exports, or these curtailments were not because they were short of capacity. It was purely a scheduling management condition to handle.
Yeah, I think my point is that post-HAS, we're firming up non-ports up until an EEA3, at which point we're arming load. And that's really close to the limit from a reliability perspective. I don't believe other balancing authorities would go into an EEA3 to support non-firm exports.
Yeah, and I have indicated a couple of times that right now it's not by decision, it's by limitation of our operators not having the tools to be able to first see what exports are out there, and second, to implement those curtailments. And this is something that we are working to have.
Right, but even if you have that, once we get to the conversation about the RSE, in the document itself, it says that CAISO will not cut the LPTs until they're in an EEA3 and arming load, which strikes me as a very precarious situation to have yourself in to firm up non-firm exports.
Yeah, well, now we are discussing policies, so for that I will defer to
Okay, I'll stop
later.
there. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
One other follow-up point on that. I didn't realize from the report that we had binding constraints on the interties during some of this period. There was no discussion of wheel-throughs being curtailed because of congestion. Were they not on any of the constrained interfaces?
Yeah, good question, Scott. Let me clarify. So we do impose the scheduling limits on the interties, obviously, but the curtailments that happen here are outside our balancing area. They were north or south of our area. They were not within our area. These were curtailments implemented by other service providers. And let me recall, I will have to check. I remember one of the critical days where we have this condition was on up, and at that time I checked the wheels, and I think out of the 1,600 megawatts of capacity, I think 50 or 75 were wheel-through transactions, so they were not cut. They were not reduced.
Okay.
Were those the high priority wheel type of transaction? This 50 to 75?
I think so. Yes.
I had just a high level question about like how this is managed then once you do arm load. So I believe you said earlier that you arm load and then all exports are kind of ready to be curtailed. But how is the decision made about what to curtail out of this pot of load and exports, and they don't have the tools to even know which exports are low or high priority? Is it based on sort of operator judgment of where the need is, or is there some implicit sort of priority to curtail exports before load once everything is armed and ready?
Yeah, well, I would tell you that is one of the complications. It was not feasible to implement something without the tools, right? And the tools have to be sophisticated enough to understand that there may be counterflows, that there may be other factors to consider that, rather than just plain cutting everything, right? And that is precisely we don't have right now a solution. And I think along that, and there could be some rules that have to be defined, right? For instance, if you have to reduce less than the total amount that you need, and how you go with that? Do you go with the highest volume first and then down the list? Do you prorata? I would expect that it would be some type of prorata, but for that, you really need to start with having the visibility of what is in there, and that is where we have the limitation right now.
I mean, it seems like we have a lot
Guillermo?
of lacks in actually implementing what we say we're going to do in terms of curtailing low priority transactions when we need to.
Real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt, Guillermo. It just seems like you're speaking a bit softly into your mic. I would appreciate it if you could speak up directly into your mic so we could hear you a bit clearer. Thank you.
Yeah, let me try to do something here. Okay, do we have any other questions?
No questions in the queue at this time, but just as a reminder, if you do have a question throughout the presentation, you can press the raise hand icon located above the chat panel, or on the phone only line, you may dial #2.
Okay, let me just finish this piece. I think we already touched on this through the comments. The last one is the emergency imports and exports, because as Dan was explaining, the criticality here is the timing. Depending when these emergency imports or exports came in, they may or may not have been considered in the test. And I think the criticality here is the timing when they show up into our system. And because of that, when you compare that against what was available in the real time, you may end up with over or under counting of this energy, emergency energy. Something I want to highlight is that they were both imports and exports, not only imports into the CAISO. We also were providing emergency at different points on times, obviously, but it was directional, both imports and exports. And the last one is about the arming load. Once we were in AA3, we start arming load, and obviously that resulted in additional supply, because by the time we arming load simply means that we have load ready to be dropped in a matter of 10 minutes. And because of that, now the contingency reserves that we're providing for the reserves that we need can be converted to energy, and they become part of the bid stack, and they can be utilized for meeting energy needs. So that capacity was available in the real time, but because of the condition that you are effectively releasing, for instance, spinning and non-spin from capacity into energy. That is not seen in the capacity test. And the capacity test still counts as, oh, this is capacity associated with the spin, non-spin, therefore it's set aside in the calculation. That is not a defect per se, but something to consider when we're in this criticality of time, how ideally they should be accounted for. Next slide, please. Out of these 9-10 items that we identified to be problematic or didn't work as intended or potentially are areas for further enhancements, we selected the ones that were black and white, working incorrectly. It was a bad calculation, and we did a counterfactual, basically putting the pluses and minuses in the test, and we basically counterfactually assessed the capacity test outcome. Once we have these plus and minuses accounted for, the purple markers that you have there, that are only 2, accounts for the original failures of the test. The ones with the markers in green stand for all the counterfactual failures that we assess once we account properly for the capacity test. And therefore, the conclusion is that if we didn't have these issues in the calculation, CAISO should have failed in 4 more additional intervals on September 6th. That would be the consequence of these miscalculations in the capacity test. Now, if we go one more slide, please, just to complete this topic. What would be the implications in the real time? Well, we know that we should have failed 4 more additional intervals. when we translate that into the material implications of the real time, what happens? What you have here is the same trend that we explained earlier today. This is the 5-minute transfer pattern through the day, the regions of the emergencies 1, 2, and 3, and we have a line in red that stands for the transfer limit. Because the transfers were consecutive, one after the other, continuously in our end in 1819, what you have is that the reference of the transfer from the FMM market of the last available FMM solution before failing the test is going to be the value that we utilize for imposing the bound on the transfers. Effectively, is the same 2,900 megawatt transfer that we would impose in the RTD market. And you can see now, comparing that transfer limit against the transfers that were organically clear already in the RTD market, how meaningful these failures would have been. Effectively, it would have been immaterial because the transfer limitation imposed due to the failures would have been about 2,900. The transfers naturally already clearing in the RTD market were way below that value. So yes, the test was inaccurate. We should have had 4 more additional intervals. When it comes to the implications of the real time, they were immaterial. I believe this is the last slide for the RSC. Can we go one more ahead, please? I just want to make, yeah. I would like to check if we have any other questions at this point before changing topics.
We do have one hand up if you would like to take the question now. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and question.
Sure, this is Michelle Quito again. Hey, Guillermo, you didn't include everything in that test, though. You just included like 4 things, right?
Yes. Yes, the one that I can say that is black and white erroneous calculations, yes.
Okay, so like you didn't include the you didn't exclude the LPT exports, you didn't include the arm load, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just the mistakes.
The ones that were incorrect calculation, but that includes the miscounting of the exports. It doesn't include the Army load because it's not a predefined logic that we currently have.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's move then to the, sorry, do we have any other questions? Operator?
There are no other questions in the queue at this time.
Okay, let's move on to the second topic. And this topic is chosen because obviously it's one of the areas that is under discussion for policy enhancements, and it's timely because having operating the system with this level of storage penetration is always important to realize what things work well, what areas we have to improve, and this is also an opportunity to learn when you have this level of penetration, how meaningful or how impactful things start to happen at this level of penetration. What I have here is mostly information that was already presented in the report, but I have expanded that with a few other metrics that are not in the report just to add more color to the discussion, because I believe it's important to go one level deeper in the explanation and analysis of how resources work that day. Next slide, please. To start with, obviously, we have to start with the penetration of the storage resources. This compares the share of generation from the different technologies, comparing the gross peak and against the net load peak. And as renewables, specifically solar, starts to wind down in the sunset hours, and the renewables is going to reduce, other technologies are going to pick up the difference and even the increase. And in this case, you can see how the batteries increase significantly in terms of providing supply to the system. Next slide, please. This is a graphic of the bidding prices and the volume organized by price of the storage resources. And this has the two sides, the charging and discharging. And it's color-coded by price range, just to give you a sense of the dynamics of the bidding information by the storage resources. And you can see there are bids across the range. Indeed, there are some minor volumes of self-schedules, and I was looking into some specific cases of interest, and it happened that during these times, there were indeed some storage resources self-scheduling to discharge, regardless of price, obviously. And it was not ideally the best time to have that type of condition, but this just gives you the whole profile of the participation of storage resources through the real-time bit. And you can see, based on the color, in what range they are participating, depending on the time of the day. The profile across the hours of the day is quite interesting. You can see that there is some consistent trend, and I will just leave it there. Next slide, please. One of the factors that we have seen with the penetration of storage resources is that they are carrying a significant share of the regulation requirements. This is the breakdown for these 4 days, and you can see that they carry a significant volume, a significant share of the regulation up and the regulation down. And that makes things quite interesting in the operation of the real-time system, because obviously they are energy limited, and that poses a lot of challenges to optimally dispatch those resources. And I will elaborate on those implications down the presentation. Next slide, please. Let me start now into the operation of these storage resources. Some of those are at the system level, some of those are going to be at the resource level, just to highlight the dynamic here. Here you have the profile of the state of charge. This is a profile between the day ahead, the reliability unit commitment, versus the real-time dispatch, the 5-minute market. And this daily profile shows you how the state of charge carries over the day. You can see the line in blue to be smoother because it's on 5-minute basis versus the stepwise profile of the day ahead state of charge. And there are different elements here to highlight. The first one is that we did have an issue in dispatching storage resources for charging. There was a problem when any bit above $150 for charging was in the system because it was not considered in merit. And that prevented some storage resources, those that were bidding above $150 to charge, to be optimally charging early in the day. And they may have played a factor of how much state of charge you may achieve through the day. That issue has been corrected. There is also a very interesting profile that you can see here. And that has to do when you compare the day ahead versus the real time. And I highlighted this for the first day because it's a hit and miss. The day ahead requires an initial point to start dispatching resources. And we have that logic not just for storage resources, but for any resource in the system. When we start the day ahead market, we start obviously from the very first hour of the day. We need to assume where that unit is going to come from. Potentially it was online from the previous operation, from the previous day, and we just carry out that final condition of the previous day to the initial condition for the current day. We do that for other conventional resources. For the storage, I believe they can decide what is the state of charge to start with in the day. And it's a hit and miss. And obviously, you don't know what the real-time state of charge is going to be at the beginning of the day because the day hasn't happened yet. So it's a challenge of how to properly project what the state of charge at the beginning of the day is going to be. But in some cases, that can set you for the remainder of the day. And look at, for instance, September 5th. We have a state of charge, a starting state of charge close to, I would say, 2,100 megawatts. That is the lower part of the arrow in red. The actual state of charge that comes into the real time was over 4,000 megawatts. And from there, you can see that it consistently has this gap between what was projected in the day ahead versus what actually was available in the real time. And that may have consequences how you make clear for regulation because in the day ahead market is a flat profile of the state of charge. And you assume the starting point remains flat for the whole day. that is something that is being explored for improvements in this initiative of the storage resources. But that critical state of charge, the starting point of the state of charge, can set you for the rest of the day in one way or the other. In some other days, like in September 6th or even September 7th, you can see that the day ahead projected, the starting point, and the actual real-time one, they come pretty close together. So it's a hit and miss. And the other implication of this is that depending where you are starting the day ahead market, your profile for the state of charge may be shaped accordingly. And in very tight day conditions, you may have that state of charge starting point may influence how high you can go in the state of charge for the day, for the rest of the day, including the peak hours. Why is that relevant? Because when we go into these tight days, we can impose a minimum state of charge in the real-time market that is based on the level of the state of charge of the day-ahead market. But if we're already starting this low, naturally the low level that you're going to have in the day-ahead market is going to be way lower. So effectively, we may be imposing a minimum state of charge in the real time based on the ROC schedule that happens to be too low. So when we go into the real time, we are going to be able to deplete that state of charge because the limit is very low until we realize that we have depleted prematurely the resources. So there is a consequence and implication here. The other level that you have here to point out is
Wait a minute, no, it doesn't seem to me the starting point matters. It matters that, you know, because you made it up and you ended up with lots more than the RUC state of charge in all these days. The question is whether the RUC state of charge was high enough, it seems to me, and whether that constraint should have been higher given the way it we ran into it.
Yes, I would say the day-ahead market, because it's optimizing the all 24 hours, has the potential to make it right because you have all 24 hours to make the right decisions. Still, you can see in these plots that the maximum level of a state of charge was relatively lower to what could actually materialize in real time. Now, for September 6th, this is a very fascinating item because we have discussed this in different ways. You can see that for the critical hours of September 6th, about hour ending 18, the blue line converged to the dark line. Effectively, they reach the same level of state of charge. Effectively, the ROC state of charge is the bound of the real-time state of charge, is preventing further depletion of the state of charge. And that is exactly what happened because we started triggering this minimum state of charge constraint to prevent further depletion of the state of charge. Next slide, please. This is dispatches. The previous one was a state of charge, megawatt hour, and this is dispatches, megawatts. And the very basic question has been, why on September 6th and CAISO market operated resources in that way, such that they were discharged early in the day, in the middle of the peak time, they have to come down so that they can come back later to provide more discharge. This trend of dispatches, that is the shaded area in gray, is overlapping with the trend of the prices. And this is just a simplistic SMEC reference. And rightfully, we should be comparing the LMPs, and we also have that comparison. And what you have to notice here is quite obvious at first glance, and that is as early as hour ending 13:14, prices increase quickly. And you can see the prices that already in hour ending 16 were hitting the $1,000. If you correlate this versus the trend of the bidding price that we have for storage resources, there is a solid range of prices way below $1,000 in the range of 200, 300. So it's economics. If we have already clearing prices in the range of $300, $400, $500 per megawatt, and the bidding price is much lower than that, the market is going to start economically dispatching that. Now, the caveat here is that the market, as you know, runs based on a multi-interval optimization. It's not only taking into account the current binding price and conditions, but also the look ahead the next few intervals to make the best determination of how to dispatch resources. So, in short, the picture is telling us here that it was as simple as economics driving the early discharge of storage resources in September 6th. Let's go one level ahead. And one of the complications here has to do with, first, obviously, resources are energy limited. We have limitations by the state of charge, but also how far in advance the real-time interval dispatch, RTD, can see. In this case, the horizon that we can see ahead is up to 50 minutes. And if you have a very tight day where you have sustained prices not just for the next hour, but for 3, 4, 5 hours, obviously that horizon is going to be always too short to be able to properly position resources ahead of time. You only have this finite window that is just too short for the whole window of your conditions that you have for this tight day. Next slide, please.
Now, Guillermo, can I stop for a second? Two questions. First, there was no mention in the report of the resource-specific state of charge constraint. I mean, that's one of the tools that the resources have to make sure they're not dispatched too fast. Were they all set too low, or was there something, did something go wrong with the resource-specific state of charge constraints?
Yeah, that's a good point. We put some information of that in the report, Scott. I think there is a specific plot.
I didn't see anything, yeah.
Yeah, there is a specific plot where we put some frequency of how many times the constraint was binding or by resource versus non-binding. Now, to answer specifically your question, by the way, I have some information now in the deck, but to answer your question, we do have the minimum state of charge constraint activated, enabled, enforced in the real-time market. We did see that binding for different resources at different point in time. However, the level of the constraint is defined by a logic that differentiates between what we call the critical hours versus the rest of the hours. And the critical hours are based on the ROC projection of invisibilities that are deemed by operators to be the critical hours. I believe for September 6th was hour ending 18 through 21 or something like that. So it was not in the preceding hours. We do have that constraint also in place in the preceding hours, but the level at which that constraint is enforced is much softer, is more liberal, I would say. So that is part of the problem, that we go very light, very low constraint for the preceding hours, and then we go high for the critical hours. And that shock actually is part of the problem, because prior to our ending 19, everything was fine. We have a very low minimum state of charge constraint that could be easily met, and therefore resources could be discharging. Once we get into the horizon where we could see the first time of this critical hour, now the constraint increases dramatically, and now we have to reverse direction and start charging resources to be able to honor that constraint. So I would say the preceding hours of the critical hours were too low in terms of a constraint to preserve that state of charge.
Well, just to be clear, I think you're talking about the CAISO operator state of charge. I was asking about the resource specific, where the resources can set their own end of hour state of charge. And I was wondering if that was binding, or if they all set it too low, or if there was some problem with how it was operating, not the one set by the CAISO.
Well, yes, you're right. We have limitations that they can define, the resources can define. The interesting part, Scott, is that the constraint that we impose in the market for the minimum state of charge constraint takes as an input these minimum levels that are defined by resources.
Oh, okay.
And we go with the easiest way to account for that. And it happens to be that if they put a very low number, most likely the minimum constraint to be enforced is going to be reflecting that low value. So it comes into the constraint.
Okay, good. I didn't understand that. That's good to know. And then on the dispatch, wasn't another issue that the storage resources can only bid as high as 1,000 for their reservation price, but when we have prices of $2,000 coming later in the day, there's nothing they can do about it, right?
Yes, and I have a slide for that.
Okay, go ahead. Wait till you get there. Wait till you get there then. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Next slide, please. As I indicated, part of that premature depletion of a state of charge or starting to prematurely discharge resources has to do with economics. They were in merit, the bidding price was below the clearing price, and therefore they were optimally cleared. I have to say, for some cases, that was also influenced because there was market power mitigation. And because of that, they were set to the default energy bid, and that default energy bid happens to be lower than the original bid. Therefore, they are going to be cleared based on this lower mitigated bid. And that is working as intended. I'm highlighting the interplay here that mitigation makes some resources to look lower based on the mitigated bid. This is the trend for this specific 4 days. Is a trend that shows the count of different resources in the hour. Obviously, this mitigation may happen interval by interval, but we just take a different count for resources in that hour. So if you take, for instance, September 6, hour ending 9, we have about 24 different resources in that full hour that at some point, at some interval, were mitigated. One more slide, please. This may be a bit busy plot, but it's quite simple to understand. This is just to give you a sense of how impactful the mitigation was in terms of making resources to look cheaper for clearing prematurely. On the left-hand side, you have a range of points going as low as maybe 240 megawatts and going as high as 1,000. That is no more than the original bidding price. These are the prices that participants submitted. Now, you have this range highlighted in dark blue, light blue. There is a box that has is a box plot, the distribution of all the points that you have in that range, just to tell you that the 50 interquantile is about $900 or so per megawatt. On the right-hand side, you have effectively the mitigated price. This is the price that was utilized in the market to clear those resources. And going from the original to the mitigated is effectively the price change. For instance, you can take the upper point on the left-hand side, the original, that is 1,000. There were bids that were bidding effectively $999, and when they were mitigated on the right-hand side, if you follow the path, anywhere between some cases 500, in some cases 250, in some cases about $150. This is the change of the price from using the original versus the mitigated bid, and therefore now these resources are going to be cleared sooner because they are cheaper in the market. The right-hand side also has the box plot just to capture the distribution of the points. And if you take the 50 percentile, you can see that 50 percentile is below the $250 versus the left-hand side, the original bids. The 50 percentile is about $900. So it was a significant change because of the mitigation driven by congestion. And that is a factor that contributes to make more resources ready to be discharged early in the day.
It's interesting, Guillermo, if all these resources were mitigated, and it's for the same hour, that the mitigation resulted in prices that seem to differ by about $700. You know, you'd think that the scarcity value would be pretty much the same across the system if the mitigation were working right.
Yeah, is this all congestion differences that would be causing this?
Yeah, well, I don't want to generalize. This is one specific example, and I really don't like to generalize because you can see things happen in many different ways across the day. But you have different constraints, obviously impacting different resources. In some cases, you may still have the case where the default energy bid could be the one utilized to clear, or sometimes it could be the competitive price. So there are a lot of moving pieces that determine effectively what is the final price to utilize in the clearing of the market. Okay, next slide, please. Now, coming back to Scott's question, right? Well, you have a minimum state of charge constraint that is setting a boundary, how low, how much you can deplete resources. Why that didn't work? Well, there is a confluence of dynamics here. One is that we do have the constraint, but that constraint is applicable for the hour, right? You have different levels for different hours. And the second factor here is that we run a market that looks ahead up to a finite number of intervals. Right now it's up to 10 intervals ahead. And therefore, you can expect the market is going to dispatch resources, taking into account the conditions for the binding interval and potentially for the next up to next 9 advisory intervals. When we go and specifically assess what really happened, why we have this premature depletion that we know is because economics, and then we have to collapse the discharge to start charging or to start holding the charge of the resources, why that happened, what seems to be in the last minute, and why the market was not smart enough to project that, yeah, you're going to hit the minimum state of charge, why don't you prepare ahead of time to avoid that collapse suddenly? Well, actually, the market was doing the projection properly. And I have a question, what is in merit? That basically they can be dispatched economically. They are inframarginal and therefore they can be dispatched based on the bidding price. Effectively, the bidding price is equal or lower than the clearing price. Or they are economical. So the market was indeed doing that positioning as much as it could within the tools it has available, meaning the horizon and the constraint that it knows it has to enforce. What you have here, let me try to explain what this is showing. This is a snapshot going from hour ending 16 interval 11 all the way through hour ending 18 interval 5, because this captures the critical time when resources start discharging and start charging or holding the charge. If we can go back one slide, please. It is a time when you see this collapse of the discharge. One more back. One more back. Sorry, maybe one more. Yeah, this is the time. So you look at the plot on the left, upper, you can see that there is a time of charging all the way through hour ending 16, then in the middle of hour ending 17 or early 18, the dispatch collapse. And that is the point that we want to capture. This is the time frame we really want to capture. Can we jump forward, please, to where we were? 3, 4 more down. Operators, can we move forward? One more, right there, this one. So this is a time frame that we want to look into more detail. Now, there are different columns. Each column is one RTD market run. For instance, the first column that starts with a value of 161 and goes and starts in hour ending 16 interval 11, goes all the way in the horizon up to the range of hour ending 17 interval 8. This is a 10 interval RTD run. The first block, the first entry of 161 in green is the binding interval. This is the instruction that we send to storage resources to perform. The subsequent ones in gray, in different tones of gray or blue, are advisory intervals that are contained in that same RTD run. This is the whole profile that is projected for dispatching resources in the RTD horizon. And you can see, for instance, if we go for the binding interval, hour ending 16, interval 11, the binding instruction that we sent to this resource is 161, and then we were projecting this resource to continue to discharge in the next interval, and then basically zero discharge for more 3 intervals and continue to discharge. That is the profile of the resource. The subsequent columns are progressing over time. Effectively, we are just moving one interval at a time. If you go to the next interval, for instance, that would be binding interval hour ending 16, interval 12. And for that, we are realizing a binding instruction of 163 that happens to be the same projection we have for that dispatch in the previous run in what was the first advisory. So the advisory in this case realized exactly as it was projected. And we keep going. And every extra column is just one interval down the road. We are progressing interval by interval. When we start to see the profile of this resource, you can see that as it progresses, it starts to change the trajectory. It was originally projected to be at 94 in the second column. It becomes 0 in the third column. That 0 holds down the road for one more interval, and so on and so on. So the criticality here is when we switch from gray to blue. I would like to put emphasis on that because in the column that is labeled as B, you can see that the binding interval was 158. It was projecting that for the next interval, that it's advisory, it was projecting to discharge the resource at 163. And actually continue to discharge the resource for the whole rest of the horizon. Something happened between that interval to the next one, because in the next one that is labeled with column C, you can see it's a complete reversal. Now that resource, instead of charging on the projection of 163, is asking to charge for 166. It's completely changing direction. And for the whole horizon, it's asking the resource to charge, in some cases up to the max of 166. So the criticality is this change of condition. The subsequent columns, the subsequent intervals were already projecting that this resource has to continue to charge. This is effectively the time when we have the flip of the stop charging and start charging or holding your charge. And that happens between hour ending 17, hour ending 4, and the next interval, that would be around 6:20 in the afternoon. This is in terms of dispatches. That just gives you a glance of what may be happening. So one factor to consider here is that when you look at the column C, this is the first RTD run that is able to see in the horizon what is happening in hour ending 18. Previous intervals didn't have a clue what was going to happen in hour ending 18 just because of the horizon of those runs. So effectively, whatever happens starting in hour ending 18 is what is reversing the whole trajectory of the previous intervals up to hour ending up to 6:20 in the afternoon. Everything was just discharged. You have enough capacity to continue discharging. Once we are able to see the next hour in the horizon, hour ending 18, the whole dynamic, the whole trajectory changes. So this is something that we can explain more and understand better once we see the state of charge. Now, before we move into the next slide, I want to highlight a couple of things because it is fascinating to see all the moving pieces of the storage resources, and each resource may have its own complications. And let me point, for instance, look at the label in the column A. I'm cross-checking the 0 binding interval against the 157. We are saying, we are sending an instruction to that resource to stay at 0. Don't charge, don't discharge, just stay at 0. That was the binding instruction. When we go and see what was the actual of that resource, you have 157 megawatts. That resource didn't follow the instruction, that resource was supposed to be at 0 and actually was discharging at 157. When the market was projecting the subsequent dispatches, was with the intent that that resource should have been at 0 megawatts. When it comes back later at 5 minutes, you're going to find out that it's actually in a different place. If you go to the next interval, the actual is 162, and even though the resource was instructed to stop discharging. Why that might happen is still something that we have to figure out. Maybe the price was right and they continue to discharge. But look at column B. Or actually, let me switch. Let me see one column after column C. That is the third last column. The instruction we were issuing to that resource is to charge at 166. When we see the actual of that resource, actually the resource was discharged at 124. So it was not following the instruction. And obviously, every time the real-time interval dispatch is going to be running, it has to start from where the state of charge is. If that resource was supposed to charge, we were supposed to have a higher state of charge. Instead, that resource was actually discharging. We're going to have actually a lower state of charge. Now the real-time dispatch has to re-scramble the trajectory and start from scratch with a new trajectory of where the resource should be. And one of the factors could be because, well, maybe they were on regulation, and if they were on regulation, they have to follow the AGC signal, and therefore the DOT for energy may be irrelevant, and we can explore more on that. Next slide, please.
One thing, oh no, go ahead. I'll talk about it after the slide.
Okay. Yeah, and let me complement this because I think this put the pieces together. This is the same structure of the information, but it's based on the state of charge. And as I indicated from the previous slide, this first blue column is the first time the RTD market had the opportunity to see what was happening ahead in hour ending 18. And guess what was happening? There was a minimum state of charge of 472. The previous hour was more liberal. It has a lower state of charge of 326. And indeed, this 472 was seen only for the first time until this interval. That was the whole reason why between the previous interval and this current interval, the whole direction flipped. Now the market realizes that there is a constraint that has to be met. It's a very high level of a state of charge, and where it is way below to be able to reach that level. So it has to completely flip and start the resource to start charging to be able to achieve that minimum state of charge constraint of 472. That is the driver why the resources prior to that interval were just okay, discharging fully based on economics, because they didn't see this coming. Once we have the first opportunity to see that, now we have to start charging the resources in order to be able to meet that constraint. And in part is because in these intervals, in hour ending 17, you can see the minimum state of charge is 326. The resource was able to meet that constraint, was able to meet that level of state of charge with no issues. It's the sudden change, the dramatic increase of the state of charge that now makes the resources to have to flip the direction and start to charge. And that is effectively what happens. So the market was properly positioning resources, but is limited as to how far it can look in advance. And once it starts to look that, it's going to start moving the resources in that direction. And I have to caveat something here. The numbers that I'm showing here have been adjusted. They have been masked to not reveal the specific resource. So I put another and I make a scaling to make some random numbers that still hold together well, but they are not specifically reflecting the actual values of the resource, but they keep the trend in place. So let me pause. I think Scott may have some questions.
Yeah, Guillermo, it seems to me that this is a conceptual issue of the way we're setting our minimum state of charge constraint, because we're basically setting it, saying that, okay, and we need to have 472 megawatts in hour 18, but then when we're looking at hour 17, we're not setting our minimum state of charge saying it should be the hour 17 should be what it's going to generate during hour 17 plus the hour 18 minimum stated charge, so that we are, we should always be looking ahead, it seems, to take the stated charge we need later in the day and what's our schedule to get there. And like this, having it set up this way means we have to charge to get that minimum stated charge during an hour, which maybe we should be discharging. And instead we were discharging earlier in the day because we, even though we're only looking ahead an hour in the stated charge, in the RTD, I think if we factor that into the way we set the state of charge constraint, we could account for that. Because if it was saying we have to have enough to cover our dispatch for the next hour and the state of charge for the end of that hour, then we'd be I think we'd be right if we rolled that forward in time. But anyway.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think this is revealing that there is a space for improvement. Here's how to better position the constraints so that the market doesn't get surprised, even though it's looking ahead. This is bounded to happen, right? Just because of the nature of how far you can go in the future.
Thanks, Bruno. This is very helpful.
Okay, next slide, please. Another moving piece has to do with what Scott was signaling earlier today, the prices, right? And we do have the provisions of FERC A31 that we implemented, in which under certain conditions we can trigger the bid cap increase from 1,000 to 2,000. Depending what is the trigger, certain resources may or may not be able to bid up to the new cap of 2,000. On those days, the trigger that we have was actually the import price. We have a relatively high external price. Once we take into account this shaping factor, now we have the conditions to raise the prices up to the new bid cap of 2,000. But because of that trigger, we only allowed certain resources to bid in the day ahead. Well, I didn't include the day ahead. This is the real time. In the real time, effectively, the reliability demand response are the ones that can bid in up to the 2,000. It's about the 95% of the bid cap, and that will be $1,900. The rest are basically bounded to the 1,000, including the batteries. In this case, they are classified as NGR. Is the gray color, and you can see there are some storage resources bidding at the 1,000 or basically 999, and many others in the range anywhere between 1,000 and I would say $250. Now, here is the interesting part, because even though only the reliability demand responses can bid in that high, if they are the ones clearing, they are going to set the price. Effectively, the market price is going to be 2,000, even though only they are able to bid in. Or if we have already dispatched those, or for whatever reason we cannot dispatch those. For instance, let's say that we haven't activated the RDR that has to be already in the emergency 2 condition. We are still just economically dispatching resources. This will not be at play, but if we're already in 1 hour where we have the bid cap of 2,000 and we're infeasible, the market clearing price is still going to be 2,000, even if the RDRs were not setting the price, just because it's the administrative price. So there are conditions in which the clearing price is going to be 2,000. And I think there are very valid conditions as to why the logic was in such a way that what resources can bid in on the new bid cap. I think this raises a question because storage resources are kind of opportunity cost based. It's not the conventional fuel-based resource that you can justify and cost verify, but it's more an opportunity cost. So if we already have prices clearing consistently at $1,400 in all these intervals that I showed earlier today, the prices for this storage resource was already anywhere between $1,300, $1,400, $1,600. So by no means they will be uneconomical. They were already economical all the time. So the market no longer has a mechanism to drive and distinguish when it's better to dispatch those resources because the prices are that high all the time. And now if the bids are 1,000, naturally these resources are going to be dispatched in the first opportunity they have. So it's a complicated dynamic that may happen here for this type of resources. I don't know, Scott, did you wanted to make any comments? I know you asked earlier today about this.
This is exactly what I had in mind. This is great, Guillermo. Thanks. I see Chris Demon has a question too. You might check on him.
Oh, yeah. Operators, can we go to any questions we may have?
Absolutely. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and question.
Hi, this is Chris Devlin, Customized Energy Solutions. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Guillermo, and MSC for the opportunity and additional discussion on this. I think there's a lot of really good information in here. My question was specifically on that chart on slide 24 with the mitigation of the storage units. And it shows probably like anywhere between 25, 30 to 40, even over 40 units being mitigated in some of those periods. And I assume that there's a lot of congestion on the system during these, stress conditions, but I was just curious as to, it seems like that might be a pretty vast majority of the units being mitigated during those periods. I think there's maybe like 60 or 80 units. It's hard to tell exactly how many are on the system at any given time, but last I checked on Oasis, it looked like there was about 80 that said they were LESR type. So anyways, is this kind of mitigation level, correlating with other types of resources? Is kind of my main question, because I think we saw some initial information in like the MPPF about mitigation of storage that was, showing that it was in a pretty low percentage of the time that was consistent with other resources. But this one, it just seemed like it was pretty high level maybe, and hard to, compare that with other resources. So do you have any insights on that, Guillermo?
Yeah, well, I don't have the full set of metrics, but what I can do is to commit to have this for the next MPPF to give you a more comprehensive picture across the different resources. I know that we have a lot of congestion on those days, and it's not surprising that that would imply potentially more units subject to mitigation, and not just storage, but across. So I would like to get the metric to give you a factual picture of how things play for the different technologies on those days.
Okay, absolutely. That sounds fair. And then I guess sorry, go ahead if you want to add something.
I just want to follow up for 1 second, Guillermo. I think it'd be good when you do that to also clarify that these resources, there's supposed to be a small unit exemption for storage. So if 40 of the 80 were mitigated, that must mean that like everybody was mitigated, because the small units are supposed to be exempt. So that'd be another thing to check when you respond to Chris. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think there was that 5 megawatt limit. So that would be interesting to maybe split it up by size too. But any additional information on this stuff is definitely appreciated, because I think, we're just trying to follow how it's performing, and it seems like some of the resources that we've been interacting with have had, maybe over average mitigation at times. So the other thing was just on the pricing aspects, and the fact that I think these mitigation cause some of those resources to be used, economically, but, looking cheaper than perhaps their true opportunity costs would have been. And I know that you had mentioned that on the prior heat wave call last week, Guillermo. I was just curious as to, if you had any recommendations, if there was something that could be done to adjust the application of the mitigation in the market, where perhaps there's some other trigger, maybe during high-priced IFM or day-ahead prices, hours that were highly priced could maybe have some kind of additional adder on the DEBs in the real-time market to avoid this situation. Is that something that CAISO should look into in the future and talk about in the storage enhancements?
Yeah, no, I think that's a very fair point, Chris. And I can tell you, at this stage, we are just putting all the pieces together. That naturally will give us a good basis to start discussing what potential enhancements we have to take. As I indicated earlier in the day, right? These are very unique conditions that is allowing us to really stress test how resources perform, and obviously it's going to give us a lot of opportunities to identify areas of improvement. So I think through the process that we have internally to chase things, we're still in the early stage of gathering the facts, putting the pieces together to then suggest what potential areas we have to move forward. And I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities in the policy development to explore those.
Very good. Well, I appreciate the discussion, and again, also on the MSOC changes that might be needed too. That's also very helpful. So thanks for everything, and I'll let you guys go.
Thank you, Chris. Operator, do we have any other questions?
There are no other questions in the queue at this time, but just as a reminder, if you do have a question, please press the raise hand icon located above the chat panel or dial #2 on the phone only line. We will not be taking questions through the chat.
Okay. Next slide, please. I think we have covered one big facet of the performance of the storage resources. Given the complexity that is posed by having energy-limited resources and how this reduces to the management of the state of charge, obviously regulation is a key component of how effectively these resources can be dispatched. One little thing that we check also as we go through the investigation is the effect of carrying regulation for some resources. Let me start first with the illustration. This is some monitoring that we have internal to the CAISO to see how resources are performing. And what you have here is 3 trends. One is in blue, that is the energy dispatch, the DOT, the dispatch operating target. That is, forget about regulation, just based on energy, you are supposed to be able to meet this operating target. Now, there are some resources that in addition to providing energy can carry regulation. And when they get a regulation awarded, they have to make themselves available to be able to follow the signals. That is what we call the AGC signal. And that is a 4-second signal that is sent dynamically to resources to follow the AGC. This specific resource happens to be on AGC, got regulation awards. And first, you have to appreciate how fascinating is the precision of the resource to follow the signal. So on a 4-second basis, you can see that it's just perfectly matching the set point. We send a specific value and they are right there following the instruction. So it's a wonderful performance to see from the operational point of view. Now, aside of that, what we see here is that naturally when resources are going to be on regulation, the expectation is that the actual point is going to be somewhere different than the energy dispatch. And this is the case. You can see, for instance, that this resource consistently is above the energy dispatch. And that is highlighted by the gap with the mark by the red arrow. That means when the real-time interval dispatch is dispatching this resource, not only for the binding interval, but also for the trajectory of the advisory intervals, is taking what the state of charge is at the beginning of that run. And based on that, it can project how far it can go and so on. Well, when these resources are on AGC, they are going to use up more SOC if they are providing regulation up or the other way around. And naturally, that is going to change on a recurring basis the trajectory the RTD market has to have for this resource to dispatch for energy, because when it comes back 5 minutes later, it's going to find out that the state of charge is different to what was projected in the previous run, and now it has to adjust. So some of those adjustments may lead into some not so intuitive dispatches, because now it has to ensure that it's able to honor the new conditions of the resource. So there will be resources that, by the fact that they are on regulation, are going to change the dynamic of how these resources are dispatched for energy. There is nothing wrong with that. It's just that it's another level of complexity that the real-time interval dispatch has to factor in when those resources provide regulation as well. Next slide, please. The last one is just the complement to the discussions that we have had so far. And that is when when you look at this heat wave period, September 5th through the 8th, there were effectively no manual dispatches for storage resources on the 5th. And you can see naturally was a very good profile of dispatches. When we start seeing the premature depletion of the state of charge on September 6th, we start actively managing the state of charge, holding some resources to the state of charge, forcing others to charge, to have enough capacity for later in the peak. And that is the reason you see some volumes of manual dispatches on the September 6th. And based on what happened on September 6th, naturally we try to position resources for the 7 and the 8. That is a natural consequence of having that condition, that you are going to see a higher volume of manual dispatches taking place for the subsequent days. And that was one way to try to mitigate for the dynamics that we see through the market. And as you can see, some of those are just complex dynamics. It's not something broken per se. It's a matter of finding better ways to manage those resources. Having the experience of this heat wave give us that opportunity to realize areas for improvement that we're still trying to explore further to really assess what areas we really need to tackle moving forward. And that's all the material I have for this topic and for the whole presentation. So I hope that fill in some gaps, some voids in the understanding of what really happened on this period of the heat wave. And I'd like to see if we have any comments or final questions.
Thank you, Guillermo. Yeah, Scott or Jim, before we turn to the lines, any final questions?
Just that was really great, Guillermo. Thanks a lot. A lot more detail than the others.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anybody like to ask anything or make a comment to the phone lines before we conclude this agenda item?
There seem to be no questions or comments on the lines at this time.
Okay. Thank you again, Guillermo, for compiling all this. This helps us better understand what happened. I mean, there's still some things that would be nice to know a little bit more about. For example, why the mitigated bids among storage units that you showed on slide 25, I think, why they were so greatly diverse. There's always more that we could be told, and I recognize that for confidentiality, it might not be possible to do that, but that's one thing that occurs to me that might be nice to know a little bit more about, why the mitigated bids were so varied. But Jim, Scott, is there anything else that we might like to know about what happened in those days?
I'm done. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Guillermo, thanks. We'll let you go. And we can now turn to the next agenda item, which is going to be Danny Johnson, who's going to be talking about the new resource efficiency evaluation proposal. So Danny?
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Hobbs. Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. So we've previously talked about the RSEE Phase 2 Assistance Energy product. We had an in-market design that we discussed at a previous MSC meeting. The feedback that we got from stakeholders is that the price signals from that, as well as some of the different participation methods between the CAISO BAA and WEIM parties, have led to that design not being really broadly supported throughout the EIM community. So we have come up with a modified design that I'm going to be walking you through today that would price the assistance energy transfers with an ex post cost rather than in the market cost. So can we go to the next slide? Okay, next slide. So a little bit more detail on that response that we got. There was an asymmetry that was raised with pricing the in-market response. Essentially, the CAISO BAA uses its day-ahead schedules as the reference for real-time energy imbalance calculation, whereas EIM entities use their base schedules. Stakeholders correctly pointed out that this could create quite a lot more real-time energy imbalance exposure for the CAISO BAA as compared to other WEAM BAAs. So this was something that caused us to press pause a little bit, and I think going forward, what you're going to hear today is an interim proposal. Long-term wise, we would look to have some type of in-market solution, but we would want it to be able to be applied equitably between all different balancing authority areas in the EIM. So that was one segment of stakeholders. A second segment of stakeholders did support the design and thought it was principled. However, they didn't like the ability for a BAA to be able to opt out of the design. We thought that opt-out was really a BAA level reliability decision, and especially in light of the asymmetric participation should remain such. So this, as well as the concerns that the MSC raised in the previous call that we had about large price impacts from spurious failures, has caused us to pull back and put forward a design that we think can somewhat mitigate your concern, but also encourage more broad participation across the WEAM and not have that asymmetric pricing concern. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so this is the actual changes that we're putting forth. One more slide, please. So the idea here is that we would have an ex post cost, essentially an ex post surcharge that is applied to EIM transfers once a balancing authority area has failed the WEIM RSC. This price would be either $1,000 or $2,000. Getting back to the comments that the MSCs made in the previous discussion, we do recognize that during non-stress system conditions, these prices could be lower. What we're running into right now is a lack of time to stakeholder and put forward what those costs should be and get feedback to be able to implement this by June 1 of 2023, which is our objective. So right now, we're just proposing these large ex post prices. There are some mitigative factors that I'll kind of walk through, which I think can limit the exposure to spurious failures. But going forward in a future phase, we would look to have a more nuanced design that had different pricing tiers potentially for failures during different system operating conditions. So one of the concerns with the ex post price is obviously it's not in the market, so you're not necessarily dispatching EIM transfers when they're needed only to cure resource insufficiencies. You could have economic displacement occur because this large ex post price isn't seen by the actual dispatch. To try and bound this, we're proposing to use a min function where the quantity of transfers that the ex post price will be applied to would be the minimum of either the RSC failure amount or potentially the dynamic EIM transfers that are tagged into the failing BAA. There are a series of examples that we'll walk through that kind of show how this would work and how this will potentially try to bound the amount of incorrect pricing with this ex post surcharge to just generic economic displacement type WEAM transfers. I wanted to reiterate, this is an interim measure. The proposal is we would sunset this at the end of 2025. In that time, I think that we plan another phase of RSCE. We're going to talk about this in the price formation initiative, since a lot of that in-market solution was correctly pointed out is kind of getting into scarcity pricing and changing scarcity pricing, as well as potentially seeing what comes from the EDAM effort and that much more nuanced RSC test potentially being able to be leveraged. So we do, again, view this only as an interim proposal. The other change that we put forward is for CAISO to charge based on measured demand. The original proposal left it a little more open-ended, and a lot of the feedback we heard was that this isn't right for the CAISO BAA. We think that this proposal is potentially a lot more supported by members internal to the CAISO BAA. So we went forward and tried to propose what we think the correct cost allocation would be, and that's to measure demand. For the CAISO, the thinking is that this is the same cost allocation for emergency energy assistance right now, like outside of the market assistance. It's just kind of spread around to meter demand. It seemed reasonable to us to have that same cost allocation for assistance energy transfers. More generally, what's not changing is that the cost allocation for different WEIM BAAs would be able to be defined by each BAA per their oath. We just wanted to point out what we think the cost allocation would be for the CAISO BAA.
Danny?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Jim. So I don't know if you heard the earlier discussion where we were looking at the deviation between the actual realized demand and the demand used in the, I think it was the FMM forecast. And Scott made the observation that maybe it would be appropriate to assign the penalty to, that measure of actual transfers rather than something, or that measure the extent of the deviation, based upon the actual realized demand rather than the one used at the time of the evaluation. And I just want to make sure this last bullet is referring only to cost allocation, because I could read this as sort of applying to also this test of the degree of the failure. I'm having trouble articulating it, but the idea was the degree of the failure would be based upon the actual ex post measured demand, not the demand that was used as a forecast at the time the RSE test was run.
Yeah, it would be the actual measured demand rather than what's used in the forecast. I did miss that part, most of the previous discussion being double booked with other items today, but so that's, yes, it would be to the actual demand. And then I think getting to what Scott may have been pointing out earlier is that the actual materialized demand is different than what gets seen in the test often because of how far out we're running the test, which is where that min function to try to look at the actual dynamic transfers that are cleared can at least partially address that.
I was thinking also, if this is going to be an ex post calculation, why not do it correctly? Why base it on what happened based on the forecast, but go back and calculate the failure based on the actual demand and and correct any other mistakes. And you could still use the minimum, but have the minimum based on the actual failure amount, not something that was wrong for, what may be thousands of megawatts. And the other question, could you clarify the dynamic transfers that are tagged? Is that the FMM or the RTD?
RTD.
Okay.
And one of the thoughts there is we know there's that bias that currently occurs that gets backed out by the RTD interval, so that avoids potentially basing it off that bias. And that's an interesting point about going back and rerunning the RSE with the different demand forecast or the actual materialized forecast. I can take that back to our technology team. I think it's a good idea. It's just a question of, is that going to be implementable?
Right, but I was thinking if it's ex post, there's a lot you can implement after the fact. You can't implement it in real time.
Right.
Yes, yeah, there is. But
Guillermo can make that
the
graph.
ability to save that payload and kind of feed it back in and rerun the RTBS application, like rerun the RTBS application and then feed that to settlements. I would need to check with our technology team.
I wasn't thinking of being so complicated as to rerun RTD. I was just thinking you've got numbers that you plugged into the RSE evaluation, and just if some of them are wrong, plug in the right number.
Yeah, so that I may have misspoke that the RTBS is the application that actually runs the RSE, and so it would be that's kind of like streamlined and packaged within all of our sequential different market runs. So it would be seeing if we can feed in a different forecast and rerun that in at a different time.
Okay.
But just, for context, we were looking at that hour during the last heat wave where the alert went out and all the demand dropped. And you could see this massive gap between what, you know, the RSE tests assumed was the demand and the actual realized demand. And, you know, that was just a stark example of how, in this case, demand response, you know, sort of reduced load, but you could have other things as well that that basically reduced the severity of the failure because load drops.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point, because in the phase 1 enhancements, we kind of made that blanket ability for WEI and BAAs whose DR programs don't meet the PDR or RDRR standards to kind of make adjustments to what their forecast is that they're going to be tested on. And this might be a more accurate way to actually calculate and figure out what the impact of that DR was, because again, they're just making blanket adjustments. We expect X megawatts to not show up, but that may not necessarily be what actually materializes. But that
it might catch a lot of the anomalies. Who knows how many of these anomalous failures are due to the wrong information going in that if we were rerunning it after the fact, we could correct things that were wrong.
Yeah. No promises given the really tight timeline for implementation, but I will at least take this back and see what may be feasible from the technology team here.
Right, even if it isn't feasible for June 2022, if this is going to remain in place for 3 years, maybe we should figure out if it can be feasible for 6 months later or something.
Totally agree.
One last question.
I can offer a guess that it would be at a later date, but sorry to interrupt, Jim.
Sorry. Yeah, everything's possible at a later date. It's a question of how much later is the date. I just wanted to ask about the LPT exports. You may be getting to that on later, so you can defer this question. But you know, the issue of if the CAISO's in failure and it's paying a penalty based upon its amount of RTD imports, and those imports are being used to support exports, which the market would go ahead and clear because it doesn't know this penalty's in place. What measures are, if any, are being used to try to bound that problem?
Yeah, so there is the potential for that to happen, but it's pretty well bounded. So it's not addressed explicitly in this presentation since this is mainly the changes, but going into this in a little more detail, the LPT exports that are not day ahead, so those real-time ones, are not going to be calculated or not going to be included in the CAISO BAA's obligation as the other part of this proposal. So if they're not included and the CAISO BAA was to fail the RSE, then that failure amount serves as one bound for the potential to have those RTD imports supporting LPT exports. Like if in fact that the ISO fails and there's a bunch of LPT imports that end up flowing in, or RTD imports that end up helping with those LPT exports, the CAISO BAA wouldn't have exposure to the ex-post price for those. The potential where it can happen is if the CAISO BAA fails the RSE, system conditions would improve between the time when the CAISO BAA was failing the RSE and the actual RTD dispatch. Potentially some RTD imports could go to support LPT exports within that improvement delta. And one of the examples kind of highlights that occurring, and I'll re-point out that LPT exports could be one of the reasons when we walk through that example.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this ties back to what we were just discussing. If the load forecast in the failure is off by 2,000 megawatts, then of course we can fail the RSE really bad and still have enough power to support exports. So that's where we could end up getting a penalty, but we weren't really short. And because we weren't really short, we have LPT exports, and then we get penalized. And that's why, you know, truing it up for the actuality would take care of that too. But as long as we're using numbers that may be wildly off.
Yeah, if you have a huge forecast error that feeds into the RSE failure, that definitely increases the exposure.
And just to clarify, the costs of the penalties would be borne solely by the CAISO in that scenario, not by the person buying the LPT exports? Or would
It
there
would
be
be to
some
measure demand. So it would be both the CAISO load as well as the export.
Okay, so the export would be paying would be part of that denominator.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, I think if you gentlemen don't have any more kind of questions on this slide, we can walk through the few simple examples. Okay.
Let's just check on the line. Silas, can you see if anybody wants to ask a question or has a comment at this time on the phone lines?
Absolutely. As a reminder, if you have a question or comment, you may press the raise hand button located right above your chat panel or dial #2 on the phone only line. All right, there are no comments at this time.
Okay, all clear. Danny, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hobbs. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right, so there's 4 examples just showing how this min function works and how it does help bound the cost exposure for the ex-post surcharge, but then the potential inaccuracy that is inherent to the ex-post surcharge. This one is pretty simple. Their BA1 has 900 megawatts of supply for 1,000 megawatts of load. They clear 100 megawatts of EIM transfers. That ex-post surcharge is just applied to the 100 megawatts. So this is the kind of the base case. Can we go to the next example? So in this example, there is some economic displacement that is occurring, and it occurs if you follow the prices because the supply, an excess supply in BAA2 is cheaper than part of the supply stack in BAA1. So the same situation where BAA1 has 900 megawatts of supply for 1,000 megawatts of demand. However, again, BAA2 has that extra 25 megawatts of cheaper supply than that $200 resource in BA1. So 125 megawatts of EIM transfers would clear into BAA1. However, 25 megawatts of those are due to economic displacement. The min function then ensures that only a 100 megawatt failure is exposed to the ex-post price. So it does limit pure economic displacement from having this surcharge applied. And can we go to the next slide? So this is the improving condition element, and here again it's the same situation. The difference is only 950 megawatts of load materializes in BAA1. So the same magnitude of transfers into BAA1 aren't going to be needed. Only 50 megawatts of EIM transfers would be needed to cure the supply deficiency. So here that min function would say, oh, there's only 50 megawatts of transfers. We're only going to expose that ex-post, or those 50 megawatts to that ex-post surcharge. And it does say RTD transfers. In reality, we're planning on using the tag dynamic amount, but just for simplicity thinking sake, this would be what the market clears, would be 50 megawatts of transfers from BA2 to BAA1. And then one more example. So this is the final example, and this is the situation where some LPT exports could end up getting supported by RTD transfers that occur due to improving system conditions, or in Scott's situation, due to the forecast just being way off. Here we're assuming improving conditions, but in reality, the conditions could have been, the forecast could just be inflated by 50 megawatts, but same 900 megawatts of supply for 1,000 megawatts of load in BAA1. BAA2 is still long. However, the supply in BAA2 is cheaper, so while 50 megawatts of load doesn't materialize in BAA1, you do still get 75 megawatts of transfers from BAA2 into BAA1, with 25 megawatts of those being due to economic displacement and the other 50 megawatts being needed to cure the insufficiency. The failing of the min function here is it's either this number or 100. It doesn't know that only 50 megawatts were needed to cure the insufficiency. So there is a potential for some amount of transfers to be exposed to that ex post price, which might have been economic in nature.
Danny, one thing
those
about
are
all
the-
these examples are sort of premised on a capacity test failure, but a lot of the failures at low prices of EIM entities other than the CAISO are actually flexibility test failures. So they may have plenty of capacity and they fail the flexibility test, and then they're going to get penalized by the amount of the flexibility test failure if they're, just dispatched based on economics. And Guillermo's people have done some analysis that, it's not clear that the amount of failures is trivial at low price conditions. So
I agree. And operator, can we go to the next slide? So if you go down to the second bullet here, we recognize that there are a lot of failures at low prices that the CAISO's put forward in analysis. And one of the crude tools we think that can be used to prevent this high surcharge from being applied in that case would be offering a credit for the amount of ABC that each WEIM BAA holds. This could almost be a hedge for that BAA to ensure that they have some ABC sitting there that's dedicated for their use. They're not going to get exposed to this surcharge for small failures.
But I mean, that's saying you have to put aside extra capacity in order to not get penalized for $1,000 for this. I'm not.
I think
sure.
they largely already have the extra capacity, since I think ABC is pretty widely used. And then to us, at least, this was consistent with the in-market proposal, which tried to dispatch all the ABC before clearing the in-market assistance energy transfers at the higher price.
How would this work with the flexibility test failure? Is there some adjustment for ramp rates or something?
I think that we would probably have to structure the credit to a ramp constrained a quantity of ABC. So you couldn't just have a huge inflexible unit sitting there. It would need to be more nuanced for the flex ramp test, because you'd have to figure out what the ramping capability of that reserved capacity is.
I don't know if this is true, but some of the stakeholders have said that, part of the problem is that because the EIM shadow price for ramp is zero, they're not being dispatched to preserve the ramp that they've got. They've got resources that could be dispatched to meet the test, but because the shadow price is zero, RTD doesn't do that, or FMM doesn't do that, and then they fail because, we don't position them that way.
I completely agree, and I think that's only half the problem, Scott. From talking with some of the EIM entities that struggle with this, the other problem is the market down transitioning their MSGs because it doesn't see the value of that flex ramp. So then there's a transition that gets lumped into this as well. It's a kind of a problem that's hopefully gets fixed somewhat when flex ramp goes in place and we start to correctly value flexibility. But I don't think that's going to completely fix the problem, which is where this ABC credit kind of comes in as somewhat of a hedge against this exposure. The other thing I would add here, which is kind of on the top bullet, is our hope is with this revised proposal, there is more interest in utilizing this functionality throughout the WEIM. Going back to the beginning, we've kind of embarked on this assistance energy transfer design to try to increase reliability in the real-time market. So we want our proposal to be as widely accessible and utilized as possible.
I see we got at least one question. We ought to take questions and see what people think on the line.
Hey, Danny,
Caller, your line is unmuted.
This is Michelle Quito. I have some questions and comments. Part of this proposal is also to label the LPT exports provisionally firm. Why provisionally firm and not just non-firm?
I think there is, if you read through the definitions of the different tagging, provisionally firm made sense to us the most. So they're not equal priority to CAISO BAA load or high priority exports. But then non-firm kind of indicates that they can be curtailed just due to pure economic reasons. I did catch a little bit of the previous discussion, and these are going to be supported to all extent possible, basically up until CAISO load would become at risk. So they're not going to be purely curtailed just due to economics. That the CAISO will do what it can. The CAISO BAA will do what it can to support these exports, and that's why that firm provisional of they're not firm, but they're not available for general economic curtailment made the most sense to us.
Okay, and
by general economic curtailment, but how about the issue of the CAISO's arming load to maintain reserves? Would we cut them before we do that?
Yeah, I think that if we go back to the proposal, I think that the wording is in there is that the CAISO would curtail these prior to risking its own load. And we would view arming load to backfill reserves as a risk to CAISO load. So it would happen, I think, for our system ops when we get into an EEA3, but it would be prior to risking CAISO BAA load.
okay, so just another question on that. You know, given that the operators want the maximum flexibility, I'm concerned that you guys are putting the language here and potentially in your tariff that you wouldn't do it until an EEA3, because you can't imagine all the circumstances. And so given that you want to preserve the maximum flexibility, why specify exactly where you would do it?
So I think that's something that we need to work with our legal department with and the draft tariff process to figure out exactly what the language is. I think to the extent we can give the CAISO BAA system operators as much leeway as possible to reliably operate the system, we will look to do so.
Okay, and then let's see. So would it be possible that we have LPT exports, something happens post-HASP, like another balancing authority cuts the imports into our balance, and then we would pay for emergency assistance in order to support those LPTs? And in that case, shouldn't the emergency assistance be sort of attributable to the LPT exports and not allocated to all measured demand? I mean, because if we cut the LPTs, we wouldn't have to incur those kinds of costs.
So I'm trying to kind of think my way through this example. The LPTs, if they're cured by hourly interties, are getting cured in the real-time market, and those aren't going to be part of the CAISO BAA's obligation for passing the RSC. So,
no, I'm saying that.
I'm sorry, Michelle?
Well, also imagine that WEAM advisory transfers support LPT. Oh, no, let's say it's HASP. Let's say it's HASP intertie bids support LPT exports. Otherwise, CAISO load is fine. Post HASP, let's say an intertie goes down or another balancing authority cuts the imports into California. We're going to support those LPTs up to an EEA3 and arming load and potentially buying emergency assistance to do so, right?
Yeah, I think we will support LPTs to whatever extent the CAISO BAA can while not risking its own load.
Okay, so that could involve buying emergency assistance at $2,000 that if we were willing to cut the LPTs before then, we wouldn't have incurred. So if we're talking about cost causation, why doesn't it go to the LPTs? I'm just struggling with this whole idea that we're firming non-firm load through WEAM advisory transfers and through HASP imports. And
So
we're potentially risking our reliability and incurring really high costs.
I want to kind of press pause there. I don't think we're risking our reliability, Michelle. We've been pretty clear in this process, and it's spelled out in the paper that the CAISO will curtail LPT exports prior to risking its own load, be that
okay, but let me just
arming
stop
load
you
or
there.
shedding load. So, yeah.
Yeah, but Danny, you say that, but just in the summer reliability that we were just through, we armed load before we cut LPT exports, even though your tariff allows you to do it.
And this proposal, I don't think this proposal was in place this last summer. I think if it was, that the test results and the CAISO system operator actions may have been different.
Okay, but I still think we're running up against reliability issues. So if we're literally going to support the LPTs until we're in an EEA3 and until just before or during cutting or arming firm load, you're just riding up against the edge there, right? Arming load is really close to the edge.
And I think that's why we're trying to make clear in this proposal, the CAISO BAA will prioritize CAISO BAA load prior to LPT exports.
I just think
if
it's
it thinks it can support LPT exports reliably, it will do so.
Okay, I don't feel comfortable putting us into an EEA3 to do something that is not is because of external forces, right? Because of the WEAM advisory imports not showing up or the HASP imports not showing up. So, okay. And then with regard to your other point, I don't think we support CAISO defaulting into this, in part because of all the issues that we just discussed about the problems with the RSC test. We're not going to fail the RSC, or, you know, when you talk about the minimum of is going to be the failure, not the WEAM imports, because we always have lots of WEAM imports because we're supporting LPT exports in part. So the reason we're going to fail is what we're going to pay for is the RSC failure. And given what we just discussed with the RSC test, you know, the 10 different things that Guillermo discussed, it doesn't seem like it's a good deal for CAISO. In addition to which, we've already said that we buy expensive resources in the FMM, so the FMM is not on us. And so we're already paying for the reliability. So I don't think, I mean, we put in our comments that we don't support defaulting into this.
So 2 things, Michelle. I think that it may help if you consider this subset of the proposal more broadly with the rest of the proposal, which is to not count LPT exports in the CAISO BA's obligation. So the fact that the CAISO BA can clear LPT exports based off advisory WEIM supply offers and transfers, that would no longer be held against the CAISO BAA. On the FMM component, that's one of the reasons we are looking to use the real-time or the tagged dynamic transfers is we do recognize that there's quite a large bias that extends into the FMM right now. And I think your comments highlighted, I think the previous DMM analysis highlights that if you try to base a price off that, it may not be accurate, and it may not actually, it could just be a revenue shift, since that bias typically gets removed in the RTD to follow ACE, and that is more reflective of the actual need of the CAISO BAA.
I got that, but still what I have in my mind is that the existing consequences never bind for us. So why would we opt into this?
I think that the CAISO BAA will make a decision if this can increase real-time reliability. I think just plain text, the reason that the CAISO BAA may want to opt into this is the EIM can uncover quite a bit more additional capacity into a stranded BAA than operators sitting on the telephone trying to call around and see what excess capacity and excess transmission their neighbors may have. So I think for the reason that a lot of other BAAs may be interested in this, just from an increasing reliability standpoint, the CAISO BAA may have similar interest.
Well, I would just note that we indicated that we didn't support it, and I believe Edison also indicated they didn't support defaulting. So given that, I suppose the CAISO could still do it, but, you know, I'm not sure that that's cooperative. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Danny, I just wanted to follow up on the cost allocation part of it then. So I've just been assuming measured load means measured total load, not just imbalance load. Or does it
I
mean
believe so,
imbalance?
yes. I need to check with that. I don't have James on settlements with me.
Because it makes a big difference, and I've wondered why you wouldn't assign it to imbalance load, like the type of thing you were just discussing on the with the LPT exports. If they were basically, if those costs were allocated just on imbalance load, then those HASP LPT exports, RTD exports would be a bigger chunk of the overall. And whereas
I follow what you're saying.
Yeah, whereas if it's spread over like all load, then I could see how it would be a kind of minor, maybe impact. So it seems
it makes more sense doing it to real time measured demand, like that imbalance quantity.
Mm-hmm.
Imbalance, you mean deviations from day ahead market schedules, Jim?
Yeah.
Right.
But I didn't know if there was some policy reason you were avoiding that or what. But
no, I just don't think that we put enough words around explaining it.
Okay. I was trying to think through whether the idea Scott had floated about using the actual realized demand to measure the degree of the failure addresses some of Michelle's concerns. I'm sure not all of them, but because to rephrase, part of this is okay. Well, the failure in the CAISO is always going to be based upon the RSC failure because the imports are actually usually less than that, and I assume conformance is part of that and some other things as well. And so if we were measuring the failure based upon the realized load rather than the load used at the test, then that does shrink that number somewhat closer to what the actual imports would look like, I think.
And we have to correct it for other things that cut the other way. I mean, Guillermo pointed out there were other ways where it was off, but I mean, it could provide a lot more confidence in the test if we, for all market participants, if we adjusted for all the mistakes, so that mistakes made on a bad summer day didn't ripple through in the settlements.
Yeah, it was striking how every time we go through a week like this, we see about 5 different ways in which the capacity's been miscounted in the RSC.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of that's just inherent to the long lookout of the test compared to the actual real-time horizon. So I really like Scott's point about if you're going to do ex post, why don't you use the actual demand to try to set up a surcharge, because you can de facto account for all of that.
Right.
So I think that's my last slide. Does anybody have any additional kind of questions on the revised design?
There are no questions in the queue at this time.
Well, Dr. Hobbs, they may have helped get us back on schedule with that kind of an abbreviated presentation.
You're muted, Ben.
Ben, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, you've gotten us back on schedule and then some. We're scheduled to take a break until 1 p.m. Do we? But it was only going to be a half-hour break. It's now 12:07. Do we want to take a longer break and start on schedule at 1, or would you like to just take a half-hour break and start a little earlier in case more time is needed for the storage discussion? Anybody have a preference?
Yeah, why don't we take a slightly shorter, maybe come back at 12:45 or something and,
Okay.
Yeah. And actually,
Paul?
I just remembered another question on RSC, so I'll just hold everybody up anyways. But or I can ask Danny. Now, I just wanted to ask about the tagging thing, where you know, Michelle's been articulating how from her perspective it should be non-firm, and I take from other stakeholder comments that they don't like this new category of tagging either, as being sort of out of the realm of what the Western trading markets are used to. But reading between the lines, I don't think they want them tagged as non-firm, although maybe I don't know if they explicitly say that.
No, they do.
Yeah, so I guess it's less of an issue of this new category being something we'll all have to adjust to, and more of an issue of should we call these firm or non-firm, when in fact they're somewhere in between if we think of non-firm as being economically curtailable.
Yeah, Dr. Bush, no, I agree. Like I viewed this element of the proposal as truing up what the actual quality of the product is. I think we understand that this does potentially create some operational challenges for balancing authorities who have traditionally relied on these as a firm energy product. I think our perspective would be we would rather tag these as provisional firm to better alert them of the actual quality of the product so they can proactively figure out what needs to happen in their BAAs to account for the not totally firm nature of these transfers.
Okay, I kind of understand that argument. I guess I don't feel like I have enough vision over how bilateral Western trading works to know how disruptive a new tagging category is to people's operations. So
I think we've heard, like, I would expect this to have some sizable impacts. And it is a little bit different, but the Haas market is a very unique animal within the Western interconnection as compared to the way everybody else does business. So from a principled standpoint, if we can get the quality of the product right, then hopefully we can work with the different partners within the Western interconnection and give them some lead time to update their processes as necessary to account for that quality. Because I think of the converse, and I think of a BAA counting these as totally firm and not carrying reserves for them, and then them getting curtailed in really tight system conditions and creating reliability issues and that balancing authority. And that's something I think this move should help to prevent.
all right, and with that, we can all go eat lunch, I guess.
Michelle's jumped
Happy
back
lunch.
in with a question.
Oh,
Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to my example of a HASP import. So an intertie import that clears HASP. And then just imagine that clears the LPT export. And there are two reasons that it might not show up, right? So imagine that an intertie goes down as it did on the July 2021 events, or imagine that the other balancing authority cuts the import, that HASP import, the intertie, because of some transmission issue or something. It means that California will go into emergency conditions to support that, what was obviously a non-firm resource, and make it practically firm. And I just think that creates a real reliability risk. Now, I understand that what you're saying is you won't cut it, but up until now, or that you won't cut load, but up until now, you haven't operationalized it. We don't actually have a mechanism for operationalizing it as of yet. In addition to which, it's not as if you've indicated that you absolutely will cut it before you arm load. You say you'll cut it before you arm load, during arm load, or actual load drops. And so I just feel like the lengths to which we're going to go to support something that is non-firm to begin with really puts California reliability at risk. And that is my main concern with this. And then, drawing this into EDAM, we're going to be supporting firm transfers, and it's like, it's going to be an even bigger issue. So if we again are firming up transfers based on intertie bids over which we have no control, if there's a loss of an intertie, and then we cut it, like imagine that we have to cut 1,000 megawatts of resources because COB goes down. You say you're going to allocate it to measured demand, or you're going to, cut it, you're going to cut it pro rata. So if we have 1,000 megawatts of transfer and we have to drop 1,000, that's 20 megawatts dropped to the transfer, and that's 900 megawatts dropped to load. So I just feel like this issue writ large in EDAM is my main concern, and I still haven't, I still am not comfortable with it in EIM nor in EDAM. So this is just a continuing concern with the intertie bids that we allow in HASP and will potentially allow in EDAM as well. So thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. For the EDAM element, I would kind of direct you to that net export limit that each BAA would be able to utilize in the EDAM. That should give at least the CAISO BAA control over the amount of EDAM transfers that are cleared either out of its RA supply stack or through intertie bids. So I think that's something that we're trying to address in EDAM.
Yeah, and when I read through, it said internal resources. So I'm glad to hear you say that it's actually intertie bids as well. I'll show you the language that just says internal resources. So thanks.
Sure.
Okay, I think we're ready for lunch now. So we're going to break early and we'll start again early. And so we'll start again at 12:45. Thank you, Shami, for posting that. And thank you, Silas, for helping things run smoothly this morning. We'll see you all in a half hour then.
Thank you.
Thanks, Danny.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, bye.
Today's call is ready to resume. There will be a brief moment of silence as I connect the lines. Please stand by.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the general session of the Market Surveillance Committee. I'm Ben Hobbs, and Jim Bushnell, Scott Harvey are here, along with Gabe Murtaugh from the ISO, who will be making this afternoon's presentation. I believe also John Gooden and Shami Davis are joining us this afternoon, along with Greg Cook. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Ben.
Okay, terrific. Gabe, thanks for joining us to continue the discussions we've been having for a while for the energy storage enhancements. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. I appreciate it. You know, I know we have about an hour and a half left today, and I think we should be able to get through these slides. As the MSC knows, and I think as our stakeholders know, we are taking the energy storage enhancements to the Board of Governors in December. So that is a December, I think, around the 15th meeting, and we'll be discussing all 6 aspects of the policy there and looking for approval to move forward and file at FERC. We did file the final proposal just a few weeks ago, and we had a stakeholder call on that, and then we had an opportunity for stakeholders to submit written comments to the ISO, which we received last week. So I know we've discussed this policy with the Market Surveillance Committee in the past, so I'm going to go pretty fast at a high level through some of the topics, but obviously if you want to get into any of the details or you still have questions, I'm happy to pause and go into greater detail there. Okay, so if we can advance to the first slide, please. I think this is just an overview of where we are in the policy. As I mentioned, we have 6 different aspects that we've been working on, and you know, frankly, we've been kind of focused on these for at least 6 months. Prior to that, we had a little bit of additional scope in the policy. We were also thinking about enhancements to or adding to the modeling that we currently allow for storage resources, but that's been deferred to another policy. I think we're going to call that storage modeling enhancements. But this policy focuses on essentially 3 different areas. The first area is enhancements for reliability. These are really directly stemming from requests that we've gotten from operators on improving the way that our model interfaces with storage resources so we can get better outcomes from them, particularly on very stressed days when we might really be relying on these storage resources and we might, you know, really need them to be there. What are the tools that we've got in place for reliability? The second topic, or second category of topics, is enhancements to the co-located model. If the first category was requested from our internal operations team, the second was really requested for by stakeholders. There's been a lot of commentary on how storage resources are financed and what some of the needs are for storage resources once they're actually participating in the grid. And we think that at the highest level, these new tools that we would be developing meet those requirements and get us pretty far along the path of having these resources being able to participate in a way that they need to be able to participate for that financing for some of the cases for storage resources. Finally, there is just a small change formulaically, perhaps a little bit bigger when we think about, you know, ideologically about this change, as it was something that we discussed, you know, at great length in the ESDR 4 policy, but we do have a small change related to some of the feedback that we've gotten on the day-ahead default energy bids. So specifically, the changes that we've been thinking about for reliability involve two changes around state of charge and storage resources that are providing ancillary services. The change number 3 here on the list involves exceptional dispatch for storage resources and compensation associated with that exceptional dispatch. Changes number 4 and number 5. Number 4 is specifically targeted to essentially what I have here on the slide is preventing grid charging, but essentially not having any flow from the grid to co-located resources where you've got for example, like solar plus storage resource, and you might only want to charge that battery when your solar is running, and you might only want to charge at a level at or below whatever's coming off of the solar. So we're basically putting tools into our market to do that. Number 5 is changes to the pseudo-tie resources, and number 6 is that small change to default energy bids. So let's go on to the next slide. Again, just staying at a very high level, but getting into a little bit more of the weeds. What are we talking about when we're thinking about ancillary services and storage resources? You know, we've certainly gotten feedback from stakeholders that, you know, there are times when the ISO is relying on storage resources pretty heavily to provide ancillary services, particularly reg up and reg down. You know, some hours storage resources may be providing 100% of the regulation requirements in both directions. It's not uncommon at all to have storage resources providing 50% or more of those requirements. So they are certainly a large part of what our operations team relies on for reliability in the ancillary services space. The two things that we are including here in the proposal are updating the state of charge equation so that it reflects regulation awards. So we know that regulation actually impacts state of charge. Today, we don't model that at all in the market. But essentially what we are proposing here in this policy would be to make an estimate of, you know, say a resource, a specific storage resource gets an award for 100 megawatts of regulation up. What does that mean, or what can we estimate an impact for that regulation to be on that resource's state of charge? And we'd be using that formula, and we'd have different multipliers on different hours to say, hey, you know, in hour ending 1, we estimate the impact would be 20 megawatt hours. In hour ending 15, maybe the impact's only 15 megawatt hours, something like that. Be based on historical observations of actual state of charge and actual awards for regulation. The second proposal here is a requirement for bids alongside ancillary service awards. And I would say out of all 6 of the policies that we're proposing, this is by far the most controversial one. We've certainly got a lot of feedback from the stakeholders on this item. But essentially what we're saying is, you know, if a resource is providing that regulation up service, and maybe they're providing it hour after hour after hour, yes, we're going to have the, you know, number 1 hopefully will be in place, and number 1 is going to ensure more reasonable schedules, so you can't go on infinitely providing that regulating up service. So we know the resource would run out of state of charge at some point, but perhaps in the real-time market, the resource actually runs out of state of charge earlier than we expected it to. We need to have some ability to charge that resource so it can continue to provide the regulating service that it's signed up for in the real-time market. So essentially what we're doing is we're saying we have to earmark a little bit of capacity that is going to be used and available for bids in the real-time market, and then we would have an actual requirement to bid that capacity into the real-time market. So if the resource was fully discharged, and again, this would be somewhat unexpectedly because we are, you know, trying to capture actual impacts on state of charge in the day-ahead market. But if this resource did turn out to be fully depleted or mostly depleted, we would have the ability through those energy bids to recharge the resource. Yeah, there was a lot of discussion in the policy over the last few iterations on whether this would apply just to the real-time market or if this would be something that would apply to both the day-ahead and the real-time markets. We are only imposing the bidding requirements in the real-time markets. And we think that that's really the only place we need, because that's the space where these resources
may actually be depleted and we need to charge them. So with that, I'm going to pause here and see if we have any questions on these two aspects of the policy, if we want to go into any more detail before we go on to the rest of the policy.
As a reminder, if you have questions, you may press the raised hand icon located above the chat panel, or on the phone line, you may dial #2 to enter the question queue.
I have a couple thoughts about this. Guillermo is just showing us data on September 6th on the reg up schedules and the reg down schedules. It is slide 21 of his presentation. I know you weren't on, but if you want to go back and look at it later. And what struck me is that during the net load peak hours, we have a ton of reg up and almost no reg down. So it seems to me basically what these storage operators are doing is, since they can't, if they don't have reg down, they can't be recharged. So basically they're selling energy and getting paid for regulation, it looks like, during these intervals. And I understand the logic of requiring an energy bid, but maybe the part of the problem is that they don't have a reg down bid, and that maybe we don't have to impose a lot of the complaints were the impact on the handful of people who maybe are offering balanced up down and reg up schedules, and maybe during other periods of the day you can see they are more balanced, and maybe we ought to be focusing this on the imbalance, so that people that offer balanced reg up and balanced reg down schedules, at least in some hours of the day, don't get hit with this large requirement to offer energy. And that might, and maybe people will still oppose it, but I mean, for those who are actually offering balanced schedules, that, Proposition 1 is noting that there is some offset, in your numbers that I saw. It's not perfect, but, there is some offset. So people that are, it seems to me that resource operators are offering balanced reg up and reg down aren't going to need as much of an energy schedule as people that are only offering reg up, which is obviously going to be depleted since you're never recharging. The only thing you do is slow down how fast you're discharging.
Right. Yeah. We had at least a little bit of discussion about this in the policy as we were talking about it and iterating over the different straw proposals. And I totally agree with you, Scott. I think, if you're a resource and you're just providing reg up, I think the rules that we're setting out here really make a lot of sense. You need to have some way for the ISO to charge you. I do agree that if you've got an award, let's just say 100 megawatts of reg up, and at the same time you've got 100 megawatts of reg down, you probably do need energy bids in both directions. So if the resource finds itself fully charged or potentially fully discharged, there's some ability to charge the resource. But what you're saying is it shouldn't be, your charging bids shouldn't need to be as much if you're providing 100 megawatts of reg up and reg down compared to if you were just providing 100 megawatts of reg up. I agree with that. I don't think we've really, taken the time to go through how, obviously, as soon as you start saying, okay, it's not going to be a really easy, just, you get awarded for 100 megawatts of reg up, now you have to bid 50 megawatts in the downward direction, which is the current proposal. Now we're saying, okay, you bid 100 megawatts of reg up and you clear for that, and then you clear for 100 megawatts of reg down. Well, now what is the requirement? How do you calculate that? I think that's where we get into some challenges of actually articulating how those changes work. Not saying it's impossible, but I think that's kind of where we ran into the challenges. And I think we are, I think we would be open to a change like that in the future, particularly if we saw that, these resources, given the requirements that we plan to implement, if these resources are, full and they have plenty of state of charge, 99% of the time, I think relaxing some of these requirements would be something that would be palatable. But if this, this still means that, resources are just on the cusp of being able to provide those ancillary services in terms of state of charge, 80% of the time, and then 20% of the time, they're right on that borderline of being out of state of charge. I think we'd be more reluctant to make changes like this. So I think.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be interesting to know where the actual problems were, because as I look at Guillermo's diagrams, I can see why there'd be big problems during the ramping up hours when everybody's only offering, reg up, and but then in the rest of the day where it's more balanced, I just wonder if you've got the same issues. And one other question it's kind of related is for people that are, suppose people are offering reg up and reg down, and the people that are offering reg down, if we make them offer a big energy up schedule, what we just saw on, and Guillermo went through on September 6th and 5th and so forth, is because they were offering at a cap of $1,000 and sometimes they were getting mitigated, you could end up with these resources getting drained of energy because of the requirement we made. We required them to offer an energy bid, and therefore they get sucked dry, and then they're no longer able to provide their regulation. So, that seems like a complication that we need to think through this. If we impose it on people that are offering in both directions, and then we get unintended consequences in terms of making things worse.
Yeah, so yes, there is a requirements bid. Yes, there could be market power mitigation. You would still have that filing that we made on the ancillary service state of charge constraint. That is a constraint that's still active in the market. So it keeps, if you're providing reg down, that keeps basically a headspace on, or some headroom on state of charge. And then obviously if you're providing regulation up, that ancillary service state of charge constraint keeps a floor on how much state of charge these resources have to have. So you'd still be operating somewhere in between that floor and the ceiling. But I agree with you, you could potentially get stuck at either one of the floors, at the floor or the ceiling, and on a very hot day, being at the floor might be problematic, because then we might not have energy when we want it later in the day. I do think that some of the exceptional dispatch tools that we're talking about on the next slide could potentially help with that. One of the tools that our operators have today is that minimum state of charge requirement. That's basically the tool that says on those RUC and feasible days, the ISO is going to ensure that the storage resources have enough state of charge to meet their discharge schedules from the day ahead market. So if you were scheduled to discharge 100 megawatt hours later in the day, the market would automatically charge that resource up to 100 megawatt hours. Going forward, that particular mechanism isn't going to be in place. So it's not going to be mandatory on RUC and feasible days, but our operators are going to have similar screens that show, hey, look, this is the day ahead charge and discharge profile. This is how much energy that I think a particular resource would need for the rest of their day, or maybe based on some other information that the operators have from the day ahead market. And then they can check to see, do the resources have enough energy? So on very, very tight days, they might be able to issue those kinds of exceptional dispatches to charge and hold that state of charge through the evening when they need it, even for resources that are providing AS.
Okay. I had some questions, Gabe, about this, and some of which are inspired by stakeholder comments. So I'm definitely grateful for the work that's been done to compile data on changes in state of charge when a resource is providing reg up or reg down. And I understand that data is from a 3-month period. And we've talked about this before at MSC meeting, whether the averages that have been observed, for example, for changes in state of charge when a resource is provided reg up, whether those averages are applicable during high stress periods and other periods. And I recognize that you haven't haven't done this analysis, but I think it might be worthwhile to look at a couple of things. And one, of course, is whether those coefficients are very different during high stress periods, and we've already talked about that. But second, I'm wondering if these tend to be correlated, that you tend to get a run where if you're providing reg up and in a given interval, you're also as a result you're discharging, and perhaps discharging at a high level because the reg up is being deployed a lot, whether that tends to run on for several intervals in a row. There's a high correlation from interval to interval, which, if that's the case, might indicate that during whatever conditions that's occurring under, that the risk of running out is considerably greater than it might be the case just using average values. Mm-hmm. And by the way, before you answer this, I'll say this is why we need an energy charge or energy bid requirement, because the average is probably going to occur only a small fraction of the time, and it's either, there's a good chance it'll be more than the average, as and an equal chance of being less than the average. But at any rate, do you have a sense of whether in a given day when you have reg up is also resulting in a decrease in state of charge, where that tends to persist for a number of intervals at pretty high levels if it does happen? And so, or does it seem pretty independent from interval to interval?
I unfortunately do not have that analysis, and I know Guillermo made a presentation earlier today, and I think he's doing a lion's share of the analysis for the policy team on our issues, and I think we've raised this as a potential area where he might want to dig in a little more. But I think just with the demands for other analysis, particularly in light of the heat wave, he really hasn't had a chance to kind of turn his focus back to these kinds of ancillary service storage questions. But I think this is something that he and his team are going to keep an eye on and hopefully monitor and report out on pretty regularly, particularly once we get this policy implemented.
Okay. And as experience is accumulated sorry?
And I think it'd be interesting to dig into that data.
Okay. And as experience is accumulated, and we look at other times of years, not just the 3 months that have been looked at so far, how quickly can the business practices manual be adjusted and the coefficients adjusted in there to reflect what's learned?
Yeah, I think fairly frequently. We have periodic updates of the BPMs. I think those happen roughly on a once every 6-week basis or so. So there's obviously a timeline to get that done. But I do think if we were to find something that was abnormal or not going the way we expected it to, there is always the option of doing an emergency business practice manual filing where we can get the changes in much sooner. So if there was some sort of an issue or a problem, I think we could get the changes in pretty fast. But I think we would be looking at periodically refreshing these. I think in the paper we said potentially once a month. That might be a little bit too frequent, but I don't think, at least looking at or thinking about these once a quarter, would be too much, because we really do probably see a lot of fluctuation from quarter to quarter.
Right. Okay, and I agree. We should start somewhere, that we shouldn't have to wait another year until we get more data to figure out what those coefficients should be, and then be prepared to adjust those. A quick question, just a stakeholder question. One stakeholder proposed that why are you picking on regulation when other operating reserves might have the same problem? And the reply to the comment was that there doesn't seem to be as much depletion of state of charge for resources that are, there's not as much energy deployed for resources that are providing, for example, spin or non-spin. Although there wasn't data provided, do you have a sense of how how much greater deployment of energy is for regulation up or down compared to, well, regulation up compared to spin and non-spin? Is it, a huge difference or?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any data that would clarify something like that. But again, I think it would be something good to look into and provide going forward.
Okay, yeah. I just, I appreciate that you did reply to the stakeholder and, some more data that, might have been more convincing for those who made that comment. Okay, this is a general question that's relevant to the need that arises for this. The need being that regulation storage resources often wind up finding themselves at a state of charge that doesn't allow them to provide the resource. So if I understand, if a resource cannot provide the regulation that they were scheduled for day ahead, and they find themselves in real time, and the state of charge is below the limits, there's a no pay provision. They have to pay back whatever they were paid day ahead. So first of all, is there a transparent regulation price in, for example, RTD that could be the basis for charging for an imbalance if somebody can't provide the regulation that they were scheduled to in RTD, or is there a problem with regulation prices or visibility in real time that prevents us from using basically the opportunity cost, the ISO, if they have to replace regulation that can't deliver?
Unfortunately, I do not know the answer to that. I feel like you're really throwing some good questions at me here. I don't know if there's anybody else on from the ISO that could answer this, but yeah, I don't have a great answer for you, Ben. Yeah,
if it turned out that what's given up under the no pay provision is out of whack, that if in real time replacement costs to the ISO for replacing regulation are a lot greater than what was paid for regulation day ahead, this would seem to be, I think, an inappropriate incentive. We would like to incent the resources to manage their state of charge so that they don't wind up in the situation of not being able to deliver. And if the penalty, the no pay is inconsistent with costs in real time, that's I think that sounds like a pretty poor incentive.
Yeah, and we should maybe circle back a little bit here, because I think the real incentive is that there really is a tariff requirement that all resources that provide regulation be able to provide those services for a sustained 1 hour period in the day ahead market and a half hour period in the real time market.
Right.
So I unfortunately I don't know the answer about the financial incentives explicitly, but there certainly is some legal incentives to be on the system, to be having an appropriate level of state of charge to be able to provide these services.
Okay, Gabe.
Gabe, let me follow up on that. Obviously, that incentive isn't operative because you're coming back with this provision. So, and I think Ben's got a point that if these people are basically just selling energy and the day-ahead market payment for regulation is just gravy, then taking back a little bit of the gravy isn't a deterrent, because if they get the gravy for 4 hours
right,
and don't get the gravy for 2, they still got the extra gravy for 4 hours and they depleted all their energy. So, I mean, I don't think there is a price in RTD, but there is a penalty price in FMM for shortfalls. And if we charged everybody the penalty price for shortfalls, I'm sure they'd be more inclined to submit schedules that didn't deplete their resources. You're trying to duct tape all the loopholes, but I have a feeling you're going to find that there's a lot of ways to play this game, and you're going to be running out of duct tape if you don't fix the underlying incentive issue here.
And I think that those are definitely both good points. I think we're certainly going to be having some discussions about this in the price formation enhancements initiative, where we're talking about prices in general. But I think we may want to circle back to this exact conversation as we get into price formation enhancements.
Right. One question about how these two elements work together, because under item 1 in the day ahead market, we're going to let the reg up and reg down schedules offset, and then in the real time rule, we're going to say no, you also need energy schedules for most of those. So doesn't that create a situation where if someone does submit offsetting schedules, what would clear in the day ahead market wouldn't be feasible in real time because they'd have to offer energy schedules? And
so
in addition,
we are planning to put checks in place in the day ahead market so that the award, any ancillary service award that is awarded in the day ahead market, it will be feasible to have the appropriate requirements for the energy bids in the real-time market. So if you're a plus or minus 100 megawatt resource, we're not going to award you 100 megawatts of reg up and 100 megawatts of reg down, because in that circumstance, there's no additional ability for that resource to bid in any energy in the real-time market. So we'd make sure that if you get an award for 100 megawatts of reg up in the real-time market or the day-ahead market, you'd be able to submit the bid for 50 megawatts of energy in the downward market in real time.
So you just not clear them for their full capacity?
Correct.
Okay. So in effect, the bidding requirement is going to be applied in the day-ahead market. You're just not going to clear them, but you're going to hold back that capacity so that things are feasible.
Correct. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Let's see. Before we go to the phone lines, let me just check, Jim. Any questions?
No, nothing for me.
Okay. If not, Silas, do we have anybody in the phone lines?
No questions in the phone line at this time.
Okay, thank you. Gabe, you can proceed.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. This is, So we are planning to expand exceptional dispatch tools for storage resources. So today, the operations team really has exceptional dispatch tools that focus on power. So how many megawatts do we want from a particular resource? If I've got a gas resource on the grid somewhere and I want 100 megawatts, I can say, gee, I really need 100 megawatts from you. Or if you don't want the gas resource to produce more than 50 megawatts because of some local issue or something, you can tell a gas resource, hey, don't exceed 50 megawatts, something like that. For storage resources, the concepts are the same. We have the ability to dispatch a resource if we want to, or charge a resource if we want to. What we don't have great tools for is the ability to tell a resource to hold state of charge. So the resource is fully charged at 400 megawatt hours. We know we need that 400 megawatt hours, but we don't need it till 5 p.m. tonight. It's only 2 p.m. right now. Well, it's possible that the resource could discharge a little bit, but then it would need to get recharged in order to be ready to go for 5 o'clock. So this is a tool that our operators would have where they could specify, hey, in between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m., I need this resource to maintain at least 400 megawatt hours. The actual dispatch instructions, so the exceptional dispatch that gets turned into dispatch instructions that go to the resource, would be essentially the same way that they're structured today. It would be a megawatt instruction, but that megawatt instruction might be 0 megawatts. So you're sitting at 400 megawatt hours. the ISO is going to tell you over and over again, hey, we don't need any energy from you, but don't discharge until 5 p.m. when you're allowed to discharge again. And obviously our operators would have the ability to specify, hey, this will have a start time of this time and end time of this time. And, you know, it might also involve, hey, I need the resource to be at 400 megawatt hours. It's currently at 350 megawatt hours. Well, to get that resource initially charged up to 400 megawatt hours, it would involve some traditional exceptional dispatches to actually charge the resource, which would be paid and compensated the same way we compensate exceptional dispatch today, which is at bid or better. So it's an integration of this new tool on existing tools that the operators already have in the market. These are again real-time tools, so we don't feel like we need this in the day-ahead market. The day-ahead market is obviously looking at all 24 hours, so it's doing a pretty good job saying, hey, I'm going to charge the resources during the cheapest hours of the day. I'm going to discharge the resource during the most expensive or most stressed hours of the day, and that's going to be an optimal schedule for the storage resource. But in the real-time market, you've got that problem where at 2 p.m., the market's only looking from, RTD market's only looking from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. It doesn't really consider what could potentially happen at 6 p.m. You might be, very, very short on energy, and you really do want to save all of the state of charge as you can, unless it's some sort of a pressing, urgent emergency that's happening on the grid, at this exact interval. So this exceptional dispatch is going to have a new compensation methodology. So because we are telling this resource that, hey, you can't discharge interval after interval after interval, it's different than the traditional exceptional dispatches where you're telling a resource to move to a specific megawatt target. With the existing exceptional dispatch authority, we're paying those resources at bid or better. But obviously, if you're telling a resource to go to 0 megawatts interval after interval after interval, the compensation at bid or better is going to be 0 because your quantity is 0. So here what we're thinking about is, we tell the resource to hold off and not discharge because prices happen to be between, again, 2 and 5, let's say, $100 per megawatt hour. Later in the day, prices are only $80 per megawatt hour. Well, then, we're saying there would be an opportunity cost of holding that energy from the earlier hours until later hours. It's $20 a megawatt hour. So we would pay that $20 a megawatt hour across all 3 hours in uplift to the resource through a series of counterfactuals that we'd be calculating, which are based on actual realized locational marginal price for the specific resource that's receiving this exceptional dispatch. So I'll pause there. Any questions or comments?
One, Gabe, when we talked about this before, I thought that this was, it could be set as a minimum state of charge, so that if the resource is currently at 450, they could set it at 400, and it would have complete flexibility until it went down to the minimum. Is that still part of the design? You didn't seem to describe it that way.
Still part of the design, yes, definitely.
Okay. And then you mentioned 2 counterfactuals. So I guess is the idea that if they didn't follow their exceptional dispatch instructions, we wouldn't want to use the actual output. We use what that should have been and compare what their schedule should have been to what they should have been under the economics and pay them the difference, but not pay them to the extent they differed from that, or I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to address with the double counterfactual and whether it addresses it.
I think that has something to do with it. We also recognize that indeed, like things like ancillary service awards could have an impact on schedules throughout the day. So we kind of want to just abstract away from those other challenges. We're just thinking about energy here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Gabe, I'm going to follow up on that to understand the construction of the 2 counterfactuals. So if this is hour 14 and and let's say we're EDing some storage resource, saying you need to charge when it wasn't charging, say.
Yep.
And so the operator wants to move it to, let's say, 100 let's say 50 megawatts of charge. Now, when you construct the two counterfactuals, is hour 14's level of when that's constructed at the end of the day, after you know all the LMPs, is the schedule in hour 14 going to be what, let's see, where the operator, the first counterfactual would be with ED, would hour 14 be the 50 megawatts that the operator asked the resource to be at, or would it be at the optimal level, given that we now know all the LMPs? Maybe it should have been 100 megawatts of charge instead of 50. Is the counterfactual free to move that very first hour 14 in this case, to whatever is most optimal in both counterfactuals?
Yeah, so if it's hour ending 14, and let's just say for the entire hour, the ISO is issuing an exceptional dispatch to the resource to charge. So we're saying, hey, I really need you to get charged for hour ending 15 and 16 and 17, something like that. During that hour when the resource is charging, that would still be compensated based on the same principles that we compensate exceptional dispatch on today, which are bid or better. So, you're bidding into the markets only charge if prices are zero, prices happen to be $50. You'll only get charged $0 to do that charging during hour ending, 14, when you're charging. During hour, let's say you're holding that state of charge in hour ending 15, 16, 17, and you're not deviating from that. So you're not getting you're getting an exceptional dispatch at 0 megawatts effectively. During those 3 hours, if prices are actually 100 and prices are $80 later in the day, when you actually discharge, or should economically actually discharge, that's when we'd be paying the uplift. So it would be on the intervals when we're not telling the resource to move, not the intervals when we're telling the resource to charge, if that helps.
I think so. When constructing the counterfactuals, an optimization from the resources point of view over all hours from hours 14 on, subject to the ED constraints, it could turn out that the counterfactual optimization says, oh, you should actually charge even more than what the operator requested in that first hour. So in that case, let's say the optimal level, given once we know all the LMPs, the optimal level of charging was 100 rather than 50. That's what both the counterfactual would be based on. It wouldn't be based on being right at the level of charge that the operator requested.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. The other question is, I agree that the counterfactual schedule should be constructed based on the resources bids to charge and offers to sell. But to calculate the profit under the counterfactual, are you going to disregard the bids and offers that are you could call them the opportunity cost components, and only include the components that are actual variable costs, wear and tear and so forth? So, for example, let's say that the resource puts in an opportunity cost-based offer to sell of 150, something quite high. Would that be, and then they discharge in that period in the counterfactual, would that 150 be subtracted from the energy revenues in that period to calculate the counterfactual's profit, or would profit only include the variable cost components?
Yeah, so
and the energy revenues, of course.
yeah, we're not going to be breaking down the bids beyond what's actually submitted to the ISO. So if the resource submits a bid to say, look, I'm willing to discharge anytime prices are greater than $150 and prices actually materialize at 167, you know, the only additional compensation that would go to those resources is if there's a delta between the two counterfactuals. So, you know, if you assume you're going to be discharging at that 150 in the counterfactual where you didn't have the ED, or probably vice versa, you'd be discharging during the interval at $160 or something in the counterfactual where you had the ED, and then maybe in the counterfactual where you didn't have the ED, you actually discharged earlier in the day because the prices were higher. Well, that delta between the revenues of the two resources, which is just the LMT times the quantity, that would be what gets uplifted, the difference.
Okay, so the difference between the two counterfactuals, they can differ in the quantities, and the profits will be calculated based on the bids and offers. Right. So if you're a resource who thinks we might be ED'd, that would be there would therefore be an incentive to bid to have a charge bid that's quite low in order. So if you wind up EDing, for example, if it's me, if you wind up EDing me to charge at 50 rather than at 0, if I've offered a $0 bid to charge, then that will, whatever the price is in that period, that will look like a loss to me, and that will inflate, that will increase the apparent difference between the two counterfactuals profits, because
it could, yeah.
Sorry?
It could, yes.
Okay, if it happened that the price was 0 in that interval when you ED me, but I actually bid negative to buy, then I could profit from that as well. Okay, I think I want to work through this to see if there's some incentives to, if there are intervals that you think there's a good chance that you'll be ED'd, whether you'll want to shade your bids and offers to take advantage of that or not. I'll have to think that through more carefully.
Wait, just a second. Before we wrap this up, I mean, I feel like Ben and Gabe are describing different things. Ben seems to be, I think Ben's talking about a situation, Gabe, in which you calculate the losses based on the difference between the revenues and the bid. And I think you were talking about a design in which we just look at the difference in the revenues between the two periods. And I want to be clear. I mean, obviously the bids will affect the difference in revenues, but I thought you were saying we just look at what are the plus revenues in one set of hours and the minus revenues in the other set of hours. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
But we're not netting out the bid price or the offer price. We're just looking at the change in revenues, and we're not looking at the changes in any as bid costs or.
That's correct. That's right.
Okay, so I was really confused then. Okay, so we're going to schedule reflecting the bids and offers. In other words, when we do the counterfactual, schedule consistent with bids, offers, and prices, but we'll only look at the changes in gross revenues, not the change in net revenues as would be calculated if you deducted the bids and offers.
Correct.
Okay, I didn't read that, and it could be just my poor reading of the draft final proposal, but okay, I'll definitely want to double check my reading of that and see if I've missed something. But I definitely feel so. If that's the case, you're only the opportunity costs are based only on the changes in gross revenues. Then there isn't then manipulating the bids and offers will not change that calculation. It will change how you're scheduled in the in this counterfactual calculation, but it won't change, given a schedule, it won't change your gross revenue. Right. Is that what you meant, Scott?
Yeah, right, yep.
Okay. Okay, if that's the case, that's reassuring. That's one game I won't worry about. Let's see, anybody have comments either from Jim or from the folks who are on the lines?
Nothing from Jim.
Nothing on the phone lines at this time.
Okay. All right, let's continue, Gabe.
Okay, terrific. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So this is the request that we've gotten from stakeholders who are saying, look, in order to finance my storage project, I had to provide guarantees that say I'm basically going to get as much investment tax credit or ITC as I possibly can. And the way that the investment tax credit is calculated is it's a ratio between the aggregate amount of energy that you were charging while your solar was generating divided by the aggregate amount of energy that you charged over the course of the whole year. And if that ratio is 75% or higher, you basically get whatever that ratio is times some baseline amount, which I think in the first year is about 33% of the value of either the annualized cost of the storage resource, and then it starts to phase out over a 5-year period in even chunks. So the first year you get 100% of that value, the next year you get 80%, the next year 60, 40, then 20, then 0. So there is sort of this cliff that they fall off of at if they're, quote unquote, charging from the grid more than 25% of the time, they basically get $0 in this ITC. The numbers, the value that they're getting is certainly not de minimis because it's a large portion of the costs for the plant for the year. So these are very significant dollars. And what they've done is, again, they've sort of signed these deals when they're initially getting financing, saying, look, I'm going to be capturing as much of this as I possibly can, and then from there you can also see, I'll be getting resource adequacy payments, I'll be getting revenues through the energy market, ancillary service market, and that's how I'm going to, make this venture profitable and develop my resource on the California grid. So what the request, and initially, when the ISO was first discussing this, we were saying, gee, we've got the co-located model and we've got the hybrid model. The hybrid model basically already has this functionality built into it. You take a hybrid resource, which is just a single resource ID, where you might have, a solar component and a storage component behind that resource ID, and you set the P-min of that resource to 0. So you're basically never scheduling, or the market's never awarding the resource to basically have energy move from the grid into the facility, which would be what they're referring to as grid charging. The co-located model is different than that because the co-located model models the individual storage resource and the individual solar resource. So the solar resource, kind of has all the attributes of typical solar. It is allowed to produce as capable. So, if the forecast is 80 megawatts during one particular interval, the sun's actually shining a little bit brighter than we thought, and you can actually produce 85, you're allowed to do that. If, however, there's a little bit of cloud cover and you can only produce 75, you're allowed to do that as well, because obviously you couldn't make the full 80 for your resource. The co-located storage model works the same as standalone storage on our grid. So you've got a resource, you've got a P-min and a P-max. The P-min is negative, for the charging range of the battery, the P-max is positive. And you've got, your round trip efficiencies and your state of charge and all that, those aspects of the storage model, again, that standalone storage has. So there are times, there could be times when the way that you're bidding your solar resource and the way that you're bidding your storage resource could result in a situation where, potentially the solar resources back down for economics. And obviously that could be a period where economically the storage resource would like to charge. You could have situations where there's cloud cover over your solar resource, so the solar resource isn't able to produce as much as you would like, and the storage resource is still charging. So there's all these edge cases where you could potentially have your storage resource charging in the co-located model more than your more than the energy that's coming off of your solar, which kind of gets you in a situation where you could potentially lose a lot of money in your investment tax credit. Now, again, the ISO sort of suggested, well, hey, look, that's the whole reason we developed the hybrid resources model. I think we've gotten feedback from stakeholders that there are some downsides, or maybe not downsides, that there are some attributes of the co-located model that the storage community really likes. You get separate settlements for your solar and your storage resource. So if you're selling off shares, you've got 10% sold off to one load serving entity for the solar resource, and 10% or 20% of the storage resource sold off to another load serving entity. You've got everything broken down in terms of financial revenues that you'd be collecting for energy and ancillary services. So the request was, gee, can you do something to the co-located model to make it more like the hybrid model, in that it would basically have a floor where we wouldn't ever be grid charging? So essentially what we've done is we've added some linkage between schedules that the storage resource would receive and schedules that we're sending to the solar resource for co-located resources. This functionality would apply to both the day-ahead and the real-time markets. This functionality would be electable for the storage resource. So if I'm a storage resource, I could say, hey, in hours ending 7, 8, and 9, I want to make sure that I'm not grid charging, but the rest of the hours of the day, I don't really care. I just want to be dispatched economically. This functionality would not preclude self-schedule. So if I wanted to say, look, I'm going to self-schedule my storage resource at 50 to charge at 50 megawatts, you can still do that. But this would effectively impose a constraint in both the day-ahead and real-time markets that says, never give the storage resource a schedule to charge more than whatever is coming off of the solar resource. In the hybrid resources initiative, we also talked about scenarios where you may potentially want to allow a storage resource to deviate from its dispatch instruction. Again, we're putting the logic into the market to never award the storage resource a schedule that would make it grid charge. However, you could obviously have circumstances arise in the real-time market where your solar resource just isn't producing as much as you thought it was. You're producing as capable, and you're producing essentially as much as possible. And those scenarios where you've elected this functionality and said, yes, during this particular hour, I want to make sure that my co-located storage resource is never, quote unquote, charging from the grid, you would be allowed to back down your charging on the co-located storage resource if your co-located solar can't produce what you thought it would produce from the forecast. And then this is very similar to the functionality that we thought about for co-located resources, co-located storage resources, when we did the hybrid resources initiative. So that's basically a summary of what we're thinking about as far as changes go for the co-located model. Any questions or comments there?
I have two questions or clarifications. First, am I right? I read somewhere that if you elect this restriction, you can't provide regulation. Is that right? So that they can't circumvent the rules we just talked about?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can't say, look, I want to provide a whole bunch of regulation, and at the same time, I never want you to charge my resource at a schedule that would be greater than what's coming off the solar. Yeah, our markets just wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. And then under this last bullet, if they're backed down relative to their day-ahead market schedule, they'd still settle their deviations at the real-time price, right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, and we're not doing anything special to settlements to allow for this. It's going to be uninstructed energy.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, I had a couple of questions, and so one question is about RA credits, and I don't know what the CPUC's rules are about RA credit for hybridized storage or co-located storage that would have this constraint versus normal storage. I know that I've heard that PJM has a rule where hybridized storage definitely gets less capacity credit than standalone storage. Is that the case in California too?
So the short answer is it's complicated, like all things related to resource adequacy. So actually, the way that the CPUC does crediting, and this is both for co-located resources and for hybrid resources, is to go through a process and say, let's think about how much energy we're expecting to get from the solar resource. And then if that energy is sufficient to charge the storage resource, and you've got a 4-hour storage resource, then we would basically give the full capacity credit to the storage resource. However, if the amount of solar that we're expecting on an average solar profile for that particular resource for the month that it's being shown is insufficient to charge the on-site storage facility, the storage resource, then you would basically give the storage resource a haircut and assume that it would only charge up to the amount of energy, including round-trip efficiencies, that's coming off of the solar resource. Once you've done that, then you would calculate what that resource is capable of producing consistently over a 4-hour period, which obviously wouldn't be the full capacity credit for the storage resource. So that's how the calculation is done for both co-located resources and hybrid resources. I've been advocating, and I think we've included this in some of the ISO comments in the past, that you probably should be thinking about co-located storage a lot more similar to standalone storage, because it's basically doing the same kind of functions. However, if you do have co-located storage resources, you probably do, co-located or standalone, you probably do want to think about ITC credits and credit resources that don't have ITC considerations at a higher level than resources that do have ITC considerations because of exactly this sort of thing. I think this comes into play even more in the slice of day proposal that we're planning to move to in 2025, because in that slice of day proposal, you really shouldn't be planning to credit a storage resource during hours in the evening if you're expecting the resource to discharge during hour endings 18, 19, 20, and 21, and that's what you're showing the resource doing. And then you're going to say, well, I'm just going to make this assumption that it's charging up overnight, and then I'm going to have to discharge again at hour ending 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, obviously, the resource that's using ITC credits wouldn't be able to do that. It would only charge during the middle part of the day. It would have 4 hours of discharge. You discharge it in the evening, and then there's no way you'd be able to charge that resource up again in the morning. So I do think that this is an area where we're going to have more discussions on going forward. The ISO is also working on resource adequacy enhancements. I think that's one of the initiatives that got delayed. I believe in the last iteration of the policy roadmap, we said we were going to probably pick that up next year sometime. So I think in that RA enhancements initiative, we'll also be talking about storage resources, because there's a lot of little details about storage and how it should be counted and crediting, that sort of thing, and the must offer obligations and whatnot.
Okay, and you said the calculation now is based on average solar conditions in the month.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a full ELCC type thing where you consider the full range of conditions and how those are correlated with when you need it and so forth. Okay, let me ask then the other question I had, so let's assuming you haven't fallen off the cliff, as you called it, Gabe, that you below 75%. And so you're in the range that if you charged some more from the another megawatt hour from the grid, you would be giving up part of a prorated ITC. So DMM has argued in their comments that, well, they should submit offers that are based on the foregone ITC, and then let the system decide whether it's worthwhile compensating for that foregone ITC and and charging the resource or not. And that's not in this proposal. And I'm just wondering whether, what your thoughts were on DMM's proposal. Is it the practicality of it, or the stakeholder objections? Why isn't DMM's proposal for a more flexible system with full compensation of the lost ITC? Why isn't that proposal part of this?
Yeah. Frankly, I think that's more along the lines of where we started this whole conversation. So when we started this policy, we were thinking, gee, maybe there's some way that we could better reflect what those costs really are. And then you've got this threshold where you kind of fall off at 25%. Maybe if you get close, maybe if you're at 20% or something, we could really start to put some brakes on and say, yeah, we really, really won't just charge these resources up. And I think we also did some preliminary analysis where we showed that, on a typical resource, generally finds it optimal to charge during the 4 middle parts of the day, because that's when prices are lowest in California, and discharge later in the day. In the evening, they're usually performing one cycle. So most of the time, if you're a mostly rational storage resource, you really would be sticking to these schedules that would more or less get you 95% of your ITC, or something along those lines. 90%, definitely 90% of your ITC. So you really wouldn't be threatened or there wouldn't be any threat of falling off that cliff, on the margin. We did, I think we worked through a number of stakeholder workshops where we've invited folks, I think virtually, to the ISO, where we had those web discussions, and we talked through this. And I think what we got in terms of feedback from the stakeholders is that they've actually signed contracts that say, look, I'm only going to operate my resource in a way that comports with maximizing the ITC, which basically means I'll never charge from the grid, and I'll always operate my grid that way. We were finding that resources had put in, in some cases, physical barriers to actually charging from the grid, and I think more commonly, electronic barriers where their software at their resources would say, look, if you start to detect energy flowing from the grid into the system, go ahead and increase the resistance or whatever you need to do to kind of send those electrons back the other way, because that's not how we want to operate this resource. So in light of those discussions, and in light of the fact that, we're well aware that the ISO and the state of California is trying to get as much capacity built on the system as quickly as possible to comport with the CPUC's goals and, just general reliability targets. And we want to get storage resource built specifically as quickly as possible. It's better to accommodate these contracts now, let them participate in the grid with these kind of restrictions in place, even though, economically it's going to be more efficient to have them bidding in that cost. But if they can't get the financing and they can't get built in the first place, or it's much more complicated, which is the feedback that we've heard, then yeah, I think it probably makes more sense to let them contract this way. And then, this program eventually rolls off in 5 years. And the feedback that we're getting is, yeah, in 5 years, I'm going to operate my resource economically, and whenever prices are low, that's when I'm going to charge my resource, not by, these ITC rules, which are just in place for 5 years. The other good piece of news is that with the Inflation Reduction Act, which I think kicks in 2025 as well, all resources that are built on or after that date are going to be subject to new rules. They're going to supersede all of the existing investment tax credit rules. So those resources will have a whole different set of rules, and they don't have anything to do with how the resources actually operate on the grid. They only, the crediting there only impacts, if the resources can contribute to a cleaner grid, if the components are built here in the U.S. and doesn't have anything to do with how they actually perform and charge or discharge, which is really good news. In the meantime, I think we're just going to have to wait for these old ones to phase out. But that was kind of our thinking there.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that, first of all, it probably wouldn't make much difference given how they would be operated anyway, that in terms of when they're charging, when they're really needed. And second, it's not going to be there for very long. So is a hypothetical question, if the ISO decided it doesn't like those hardware or software features that prevent it from happening, and the operator said, we really want this thing to be available in case we really need it to be charged, that would be in interconnection standards, with interconnection rules, that you're not allowed to have that hardware or software. If the ISO was to impose that, is that how it would work, or? And this is pure hypothetical, because I know that this is not going to be done, but.
Yeah, and those conversations are happening now. There are a lot of discussions with the ISO and with the storage community, and I've been involved in some of those discussions with Neil. But I would say part of what we're trying to flesh out in this paper is to say, look, under normal operating situations, we're willing to give you this functionality. We're willing to say, we're only going to schedule you to charge when there's energy coming off of your solar or other renewable resource. And that's the promise we can make to you. However, if you really are a co-located storage resource and you really can operate in the negative range, and we really do have a reliability need, which typically doesn't happen in the negative direction, but if we do have a reliability need, we'd like for the ISO to be able to call on these resources through exceptional dispatch to charge them if we really think that it's critical. And these resources need to be able to respond to those exceptional dispatches. So hopefully, I think, we're doing a little bit of give and take here. We're saying, yeah, under normal, 99.5% of periods, we're not going to be asking your resources to do anything that's going to violate your ITC. But under those extreme circumstances, when there really is something that threatens reliability, the ISO does want to have access to this. And I think that's the compromise that we're at right now. And the feedback that we've gotten from at least some of the stakeholders has been, yeah, we understand that sometimes the ISO needs to do extreme things when there's a reliability concern. And I think they're willing to let the ISO violate and relax during those periods. But under normal operating circumstances, they prefer to have it this way, if that helps.
Okay. I appreciate the tailed explanation. Scott, Jim, anything else before we go to the phone lines?
Not from Scott.
Okay. The phone lines have been quiet. Silas, do we have anybody who would like to make a question or comment at this time?
Yes, we do have one hand up on the WebEx.
Good. Thank you.
Hi, it's Chris Devon with CES again. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Very good. Thanks for the questions, Dr. Hobbs, on the resource adequacy issues. I guess I just wanted to ask a clarifying question of Gabe on this one related to RA as well. And I would say I definitely agree about the points reflecting the ITC in both co-located and standalone storage that you made at the earlier remarks, Gabe. I would hope the CPUC could look into that kind of a change for this. But I guess if CAISO is going to be making this change for the co-located, then I guess I'm curious about the things related to FlexRA. And could you remind me if you had said that they wouldn't be eligible for FlexRA as well, kind of similar to the regulation thing, or was that part of the proposal at all, Gabe?
No, we haven't made any comments about how this would impact FlexRA. But I think you bring up point, Chris, these resources, like a lot of the resources that are currently operating on the grid, may have, some real challenges operating in a part of their range during multiple hours. So I think, the rules that we have in our tariff today specify, the availability assessment hours for flexibility for these resources. And my hope would be, if you're a storage resource and you're trying to capture ITC, you're not showing that resource for the full capacity, so the full upward and the downward capacity for flexibility, as like a category 1 flex resource, because we know for sure it's not going to be able to provide that. But I think it's kind of up to the people who are making these showings right now, which probably needs to be fixed in the rules someplace down the line.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that explanation, because that was where I was going with my comments. And I think, I know you guys have had a lot on your plate with this whole entire initiative, so it's understandable that maybe this one kind of slips through the cracks for a little bit. But I really do think the counting rules piece of it should try to capture that in the future. But since they haven't done that, I think, it would be probably more appropriate to just say either, some kind of a requirement that says they have to do that bidding approach that you mentioned, showing less than, for the RA showing less than the, full potential EFC amounts if they're really not going to be available for parts of it. And then also on the rain piece, I guess, it seems like they need to either have exemptions to being assessed for rain if they're going to be having, kind of like a must-offer exemption for that portion of the resource as well. That might, obviously that's another complex settlement change potentially. So perhaps another thing for later on down the road. But I just wanted to flag those items. So I think we're pretty much in agreement on that piece on the showings and related to Flex RA as well. But I just wanted to flag that here. And I know that you guys are, at the end of the process for this. So perhaps in the future we could, talk more about that being included in additional enhancements. But I'll stop with that. Thanks, Gabe and MSC members.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback, Chris. There's a whole slew of issues related to storage resources that are open and need to be addressed. And we started talking about that in the discussions in the resource adequacy enhancements. So hopefully we can, I think that flexibility and storage are definitely two of the hot button items that are kind of at the top of the list or near the top of the list in the resource adequacy enhancements once we get that going again, which again, based on the internal versions of the roadmap that I've seen, we should be picking that back up in 2023, fully acknowledging that there's a lot on our plates right now. But I agree with you. I think, these are certainly issues that have been outstanding for a while, and cleaning them up is important, particularly, a year or two ago when we were talking about this and there wasn't very much storage on the system, it didn't matter as much. But now with the significant penetrations that we're seeing, it matters a lot more, and we need to tackle these things, fairly soon.
Thank you, Chris and Gabe. Anybody else on the phone lines?
There are no other questions on the phone lines at this time.
Okay. Okay, Gabe, you get to go to my favorite topic, which is day ahead devs.
We might have, so let's go to the next slide, please. I think this might be the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So we are in sort of in the downhill portion of this presentation. I think these things get a little bit easier. We do have the devs at the end, which I know you guys near and dear to your hearts. But this one is about extending the co-located functionality to pseudo-tie resources. This was just an ask that we had, sort of a carryover from the Hybrid Resources Initiative, which we did back in 2021, which finished up. But this particular item really hasn't gotten a whole lot of pushback. We haven't really gotten a lot of feedback on it just in general, and we haven't heard a whole lot of pushback on this. So I think pretty much this functionality is not contested, and people are supportive of doing this. But essentially what it does is it would say that pseudo-tie resources would basically be able to use the same co-located model that we have today, including the aggregate capability constraints. So the aggregate capability constraints are the constraint that says, okay, I've got a 100 megawatt solar resource, a 50 megawatt storage resource, but I've only got 100 megawatts of interconnection. So I can only push 100 megawatts out onto the grid. Well, for pseudo-tie resources, not only do you have to think about interconnection, but you also have to think about, you know, the physical ability or the rights to the ability to transmission between your location and the ISO. So you have to, for here, you know, in the past, the rules have been, you know, if you've got 100 megawatt solar and a 50 megawatt storage, you have to have 150 megawatts of firm transmission rights from your resources location to the ISO. This would actually change that to say, look, if you've got 100 megawatts of interconnection and you've got 100 megawatts of firm transmission, we would be able to model your co-located resource, the solar plus storage, that could be oversized relative to that limit. And again, only schedule that resource to ever flow 100 megawatts. Again, you'd sort of be responsible on your end to make sure you're not flowing more than 100 megawatts. And on the market side, we'd make sure that you're never getting awards for more than 100 megawatts. And yeah, we really haven't gotten a whole lot of pushback on this. And it's been relatively smooth sailing for this one.
Okay, I don't have any questions, comments. Anybody else?
Okay, so the last slide is, yes, the default energy bids. So, and this was, you know, this was also, you know, some feedback that we've gotten from stakeholders. And, you know, you know, this isn't, I know in the comments, there's one stakeholder who says, yeah, this is a really big issue and this has happened to our resources. But we've actually heard this from multiple resources. We've got multiple days worth of data where we've seen the day-ahead default energy bid as it's calculated mitigate a resource during particular hours. So you might think like the afternoon hours, like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And what that results in is the storage resource getting scheduled to discharge in the afternoon when prices are lower instead of the evening when prices are higher, just by virtue of the fact that the default energy bid reduced the, you know, the bid for the resource to provide energy by so much that it looked, for the optimization, much more economic and much more efficient to discharge those resources during the earlier hours of the day rather than the later hours of the day, which weren't mitigated. So what we proposed is to enhance the day-ahead default energy bid and include the opportunity costs in the formulation. So the way that we do opportunity costs in the real-time default energy bid, which they are included there, and then we've had conversations about this in the initiative. So. Ooh, Ben, you might not be on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, no worries. But we did talk about this in great length at the ESDR 4 initiative. But what we basically do is we say, okay, if you're a 4-hour battery, we would take the 4th highest hour of the day, you know, look at all the prices from the day ahead market, take the 4th highest one, and that would be used as sort of a minimum threshold for the default, the calculation of the default energy bid for the real-time market. And the whole point there is that the real-time market doesn't have that long look ahead. You know, you're only looking at basically 60 minutes. So you don't know if prices are expected to be $100 an hour ending 20, and it's only hour ending 15 right now, and prices are 50. Gee, you really shouldn't be discharging this resource. You should hold it till later. And we really didn't think about these issues in the day-ahead market. So in the day-ahead market, we do think that including this feature would prevent the resource from being discharged too early, which would be good, and it would solve some of these issues that our stakeholders are bringing to our attention right now that's occurring with the existing default energy bid formulation. But yeah, I think that's basically what I've got on this one.
Okay, thanks, Gabe. So we've communicated before about some of our concerns. I guess I'll reiterate it. And one that I know I share with other MSC members, if it's okay if I speak for them, is that What matters in terms of exercising market power and being able to withhold storage discharge from the market is not the level of the offer by itself, whether it corresponds with the fourth largest hour or whatever, but it's the spread between that offer and then the bid during the low energy price hours when you would be charging. So, for example, as a simple example, let's say that there are 4 evening hours when the price is 150 or a bit above, and all the other 20 hours the price is $40. If you if a storage resource bids 150, offers 150 to sell energy in all hours, but bids 0 in all hours to buy, that's a spread of, rather than 150 minus 40, that's a spread of a full 150, and that resource will not be dispatched, will not discharge during those high peak hours, because it's the spread that matters. The spread, of course, for efficiency losses. And it's been suggested before that we really should be looking at the spread rather than just the discharge offer. Otherwise, market power mitigation can be completely ineffective. Somebody who wants to withhold their storage resource and not have it discharge at all can just manipulate its charge bids. And at any rate, I don't know if Jim or Scott, you want to add to that, or Gabe, you want to respond to that and explain perhaps why it's not practical to do that, or why you think it still might work.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you just said there, Ben. I think in the future, and I think Scott was a big proponent of this when we were talking about default energy bids for storage resources in ESDR 4. The ISO may want to consider some sort of mitigation based on a spread rather than mitigation based on a price. I think at the time we were working on the default energy bids in the first place, we really didn't have enough runway to sort of get into the details. And frankly, we didn't have any storage resources on the grid, so we didn't know how these things were going to pan out anyway. I think we've obviously had more experience with these resources now. One thing that I'm thinking about, and this is certainly not in this initiative, but it could be on the horizon somewhere, is thinking about call options on energy for storage resources. So if you've got a call option, let's suppose, the ISO wants to schedule a storage resource to charge at 9 a.m. We schedule the resource to charge, let's just say 100 megawatt hours, and instead of paying the resource the prevailing price at that time, maybe we pay them some sort of a bid-in price, based on their bids and other bids, for a call on that energy to discharge it later in the day, and then later in the day they don't get paid that price. Well, I think if you're operating under a paradigm like that, you really could kind of fit this idea of, gee, what is the marginal cost to the storage resource to charge and discharge, which is kind of what we've been thinking about as a variable cost, which does play a factor in the bid that we constructed. But maybe we can use that value to do some of the mitigation on a product like that. Obviously, we'd have to think about how that would interface with all of our other products, and what the time limitations are on the energy that we've charged the resource at, that sort of thing. But I think kind of going down that road and starting to change our markets from one that's been primarily based on dispatching and optimally scheduling gas resources to one that's much more heavily based on scheduling or anticipating schedules for renewable resources, and then moving that energy from time period to time period via these storage resources. Maybe some broader questions about how the market works are in order. And that, again, that might be something we want to tackle and start to think about now, but down the road, maybe put a little bit more rigor on. Sorry if that was a kind of a wandering answer to your more straightforward question on this, Jeff.
Yeah. So to summarize, there might be other paradigms other than the bid and offer based interval by interval that dispatch of thermal resources is based on. So let's take a particular example, and I'm not sure why it's so complicated to use a spread. So as proposed, the market power mitigation run in the real in the day ahead market will produce a set of prices over 24 hours, and then and let's say there's an issue with local market power and hour hour 15 or something, and so we trigger mitigation to the DEB. Is there some difficulty with looking at the spread between the market power mitigation runs prices in the fourth highest hour and in the hour that market power mitigation run identifies as the time that the resources would be charged, and just using that, and then using that spread. Let's say in my example, that spread was $110, the difference between 150 and 40, and just checking to see whether the resources offers comply with that spread, and if not, is the issue that it's unclear then whether you'd be mitigating the bid to charge versus the offer to discharge, or what's the complication in considering that spread and then making sure that the resources bids and offers lie within that? Maybe I'm missing a complication here.
Yeah, maybe I'm not. I may not be fully following your example as well, because are you? Okay, so let's think about this a different way. Maybe let's say you calculated in the day ahead time frame or prior to the day ahead time frame, you understand that a resource, let's just say it has $100 spread. So I know that if I charge a bunch of energy and I discharge the energy later, if I'm not making $100 a megawatt hour on it, then I'm not going to be profitable. So now I'm running my day ahead market and I've got a profile of prices, and I'm coming up with $40 for the lowest price hours of the day, and I'm coming up with prices later in the day that are much higher. And well, I mean, let's say that my mitigation run prices are $150 during that peak hour. So then are you? Well, if we implement some kind of market power mitigation that, when triggered for storage resources, it would reduce, during those peak hours when we think the storage resource is pivotal and we want the energy from the storage resource, then we would reduce the bid to $40 plus the spread?
Yeah, let's see. If the spread in their offers so the spread in the market prices was 110, and so and if the spread in the offers was 150, so let's say they bid 0 to buy and 150 to sell, and so they wouldn't be utilized. One could either increase the bid to charge, which I recognize that right now no one's looking at mitigating bids to charge, or you could mitigate the offer to sell. So instead of offering to sell at 150, offer to sell at 110, I'm ignoring the effect of round trip losses, efficiency losses, and so that would lower the difference between the charge bid and the discharge offer to 110.
Yeah.
And so in that case, it would look just, it would look break even to then be discharged in that, late afternoon period,
Yeah.
as opposed to being out of the money. So I'm wondering, is there anything? Is that really that much more complicated than what is being proposed here, which is just to change discharge offers without any reference at all to what's going on with bid prices?
I think it's certainly more complicated. I mean, we'd have to have these kind of conversations, and flesh these details out in the paper. But is it practical? I think it could be. I think we're already collecting, I think, the information that you would need that would inform a calculation like this, and I think this actually starts to get to addressing the, I don't know if you want to call it downward market power mitigation, but the fact that storage resources, if you really wanted to charge them, you could effectively set the price in the negative direction as well as the positive direction, potentially exercise market power that way. It seems like this might start addressing that problem too, which may have some additional benefits. But yeah, so I like where you're going with this. I don't think we've fleshed out anything quite this in depth yet.
So if I understand what you're saying, the sand's running through the hourglass, the runway is too short to do something like that, that you see the perhaps appeal of doing something like this, but at this point, that's not something that can be put in, that you would not recommend putting in at the last moment, which would imply that, like many of our opinions in the past, we would say, well, there's a real issue here that we think that right now gets in the way of market power mitigation being effective, and if you don't deal with it now, we'll need to deal with it later. And it's not the first time that we've said we're afraid that we might be in a position of having told you so when problems arise. I think we have a hand up. Before
I jump in, Ben, for a little bit. First, as I understand it, the problem is that resources are getting mitigated to this spread earlier in the day, but only the offer is being mitigated earlier in the day, and it's not being mitigated later in the day. And that's what's causing the resources to be dispatched earlier. And I mean, I think the ultimate fix should be just the way when we, in the day ahead market, we mitigate minimum load costs over all hours of the day, not just the hour in which there's, congestion. I mean, that's typical across all ISOs across the country, the way we do it. It's the same thing here. We should be mitigating, if we mitigate it, the spread, we should be, or the offer, we should be mitigating at all the hours a day. It's the opportunity cost, and instead of just in 1 hour. And that seems to be the core problem from what I read is going on with the inappropriate mitigating the price too low and actually dispatching it, not mitigation failing, but mitigation screwing things up by dispatching the resource in the wrong hour. So
yeah, completely. If you change market power mitigation and you mitigated all hours of the day for these resources, that would also fix the problem.
Right. Now, conversely, I'm trying to figure out why you think this is going to solve the problem. Because suppose we said, okay, the opportunity cost is 150. Well, we already said the opportunity cost was 150. How is this going to fix the problem?
So today, the default energy bids for storage resources in the day-ahead market do not include the opportunity costs.
Well, but they got the 150, that spread so you're gonna add 150 to 150? Is it gonna be 300 or what? Isn't the opportunity cost the margin in the highest priced hour? I'm trying to figure out what it is we're gonna do here.
So, okay, the opportunity cost is, so for a 4-hour battery, the opportunity cost is calculated as the 4th highest hour of the day during the market power mitigation pass, the first pass of the ISM market. So we'd run the market power mitigation pass. We say, okay, the 4th highest hour of the day is, well, you know, let's use the numbers we were just using, $150. So when I'm calculating my default energy bid, which would happen in between the market power mitigation pass and the final day-ahead pass of the day-ahead market, then I would be calculating my default energy bid as the higher of $150 or the cost, my estimated cost of charging the battery plus the wear and tear on the battery. So, you know, it could be the $110 or whatever it is. So we'd be using the greater of those two numbers. So today, what we're finding is during some of these days when these resources are mitigated during some of the hours, the values for the estimated cost to charge the resource plus the wear and tear on the battery are much lower than the 4th highest priced hour of the day. So, you know, maybe the 4th highest priced hour is $150, but we're estimating that you could buy energy at 20 and then the wear and tear is 40. So maybe $60 is your default energy bid if you're not considering opportunity cost. So during those hours where they're getting mitigated to 60, they're actually transacting energy at maybe a little bit more than $60 and getting paid for that and being discharged, whereas later in the day, maybe prices go up to 100 or something like that.
So you're saying the current default energy bids don't have anything to do with the prices in the day-ahead market?
Right.
Well, it's aside from the fact that we do use the lowest prices in the day-ahead market to determine or estimate what we think it would cost to charge the battery.
So where is the default energy bid coming from today then?
It's just that estimated cost to charge the battery. So if you've got a 4-hour battery, 80% round trip efficiency, you know, take basically 5 hours to charge the battery. And you take those 5 lowest price contiguous hours, and that'll get you an average price to buy energy at. Plus there's a value that the resources can register with the ISO that's supposed to correspond to the wear and tear on the battery from cycling, from charging and discharging. So you take those lowest priced hours of the day, let's say it's $20 a megawatt hour, plus whatever that wear and tear price is, maybe it's $30 a megawatt hour, you just add them up. And there's a 10% applied to that.
Okay, so this would, in this situation where the day-ahead price was 150 and 40, this would say we wouldn't mitigate it below that 110, right? Spread, right?
If the prices, the 4 highest priced hours of the day were $150, we'd mitigate at the default energy bid for the storage resources would be 150.
Right. Now suppose they put in 175 in hours 2 and 3 and 175 in hours 16, 17, and 18. Wouldn't we have the same problem? We'd mitigate it to 150 in hours 5, 6, and 7, and then it'd be 175 in the later hours, so we'd use it too soon?
Well, they're less concerned, you know, the market participants are certainly less concerned about that, because then at least they're getting paid $150. So they're getting paid whatever that price was when they're actually discharging. They get paid.
Okay. But we should be concerned.
Yeah, and my suspicion is what would probably happen is your optimization would still say, gee, even though, you've got a point, Scott. Yeah, you've got a point.
And, you know, and as we said, all of this market power mitigation, it all depends on what they put in is the lower price. So anyway, okay,
Right.
I have got to think
Yeah.
more about this.
Relevant, and that makes it more challenging when you're coming up with any deb.
Mhm.
So just to go back a little bit, I know we did have an initiative in the again the catalog where we were thinking about this downward market power mitigation. I don't know that we're going to be able to get to it in 2023, but this is on the radar, and we will open this topic up specifically to talk about it at some point in the future.
Right. It seems to me like if they can put in a minus 150 and then a plus 110 or something, they can exercise all the market power they want and completely circumvent what we're doing. So all we're getting is the downside of inappropriate mitigation without actually doing anything constructive. But
Correct.
yeah.
Let's see. I see that Alva's got his hand up. Before I go to Alva, just check. Jim, you want to pile on, or should we go to the phone lines?
Let's go to the phones.
Okay. Yeah. Let's open up Alva's line, please, Silas.
I'm guessing you can hear me?
Yes.
Good. Well, two things. One, I want first to say I think Scott's idea of mitigating over the day is definitely worth looking at, just to have consistency in the bids over the course of the day. I don't really have the same concerns you do about the spread, but I think that just in terms of stability of results and not being able to make that kind of an argument, and just the fact that these bids are supposed to be used generally in the most valuable hours, and that if they're used in other hours, they should be equally valuable, just indicates to me that it makes sense to think about the mitigation being done over the whole day. I really have a lot of qualms, and I can't express them clearly, but about your whole concept of mitigating on the cost side, just because, number one, even a 4-hour battery can have storage that's being held over from previous days, so that its opportunity cost on charge may well be zero or even minus 150. But also, I think if you're going to go into that realm, you need to think carefully about the questions that arise with long duration storage, storage being used over multiple days. And I think the question of how you would calculate the cost, and not, in such a way that gives you confidence and doesn't step on the market participants, longer term decisions about how to use its storage, leads that into very questionable directions in my mind. So I just wanted to raise that as a concern. But I do like the idea of the mitigation being done over the whole day. Thank you.
Thanks, Alva. Well, of course, a handful of years ago, we were considering mitigation of hydro resources. Which can be over a week, over seasons, or even over a year. And so once you have long duration storage, then we'll have basically the same problems. And Alva, you're absolutely right. The problem is much more difficult in that case when you're operating in when the market software is only looking ahead for the entire day, or as we may do in the near future, I guess we might be looking ahead, have advisory intervals for several days out, but for very long duration storage, that won't cut it. So I agree. That's good. It brings long duration storage brings up a whole host of much more difficult issues. You mentioned, Alva, that that even for a 4-hour battery, you might not be hitting the upper or lower bound at the end of the day, which is what decouples the value of storage in one day from the previous day. So you might be carrying over storage over the day.
Right.
And the mitigation might be inaccurate as a result.
That's right.
I'd be curious, how often that happens, but that's something that we can get experience with.
Yeah.
That's important. That is.
I do think a lot of batteries are not going to their minimum at the end of every day. I don't think that's actually good practice in general. So generally, they probably might be more closer to the midpoint, and they probably have a couple of hours of state of charge that is being carried over. And even that might be enough for complaints to arise when you decide to mitigate the charging bid to a level which leads them to be charged when they don't think they should be charged.
So Alva, is that the behavior where, in fact, the battery is not drawn down until it's drained at the end of the day? Is that because battery degradation costs, the cost of shortening the life, really go up the more you draw it down? So the reluctance to draw down completely is for reasons of extending battery life, and the fact that degradation costs are not being accurately, the nonlinear nature of degradation costs is not being accurately reflected in the ISO's market model. Is that what's going on?
Well, that might well be a concern for some battery operators. I think the two things: one, full cycles contribute fully to the wear and tear assessment on a battery, and generally the warranties are written in terms of a certain number of full cycles, and so if you don't have to do a full cycle, you extend the lifetime of the battery just by virtue of that.
Right.
But I think the other thing is that by taking the battery to minimum, you essentially are completely constrained in terms of what you can do in the next day's market, or you're much more constrained in terms of what you can do in the next day's market versus what you can do if you're at a 50% level, say. And so I think operators are going to think in those terms as well. You can see that perhaps even in Guillermo's data, that I think the initial state of charge was over that whole portfolio was quite a bit higher than the minimum.
And your point being that if you're bouncing along the bottom, you don't have the option to discharge further. You have to charge.
Right.
And this is a point that Scott has made, is that sometimes there's fluctuations in real time that you want to have some charge available to be able to, if some anomaly, there's high 5-minute prices in the morning, you want to be able to take advantage of there. So there's an option value to having something in storage.
That's right.
Even if the day ahead prices are very low. Thanks, Alva. I appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Alva, I don't disagree with you. My thought was not really mitigating the bid, the charging bid, but rather to take account of both pieces in the spread. So that if someone was bidding minus 150 and positive 150, that's a $300 spread, not a.
I think that's an idea worth considering as well. If somebody's bidding a charging cost that's well below the default energy bid's charging cost, perhaps the discharge portion of the bid needs to be looked at. So I think that's worth looking at in future assessments of the default energy bid.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Thanks, Alva. I don't see any other hands raised. So, Gabe, I appreciate you taking our questions, and some of this discussion I realize is reworking things that we've talked about before. But anyway, looking forward to, we're going to be writing an opinion on this that will be submitted to the board next month. And I think we're going to be revisiting some of these subjects in the future as technology changes, as Alva points out. We have long duration storage. The framework will have to be changed to accommodate that sometime in the future, and there may be, and I predict there will be, issues that we'll want to address even with just 4-hour batteries again. Okay, Scott or Jim, anything further you want to say, or Gabe?
From Scott, it's been good. Thanks, Gabe.
Yep, nothing from Jim.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay. So thanks, everybody, and thanks to all of you who've attended online. Let's see. Shami, when is our next meeting scheduled? I think we have one at the beginning of December.
Yeah, our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, December 6th, and I believe that is to adopt the opinions for RSE and ESE.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for organizing this, Shami. Thanks everybody for attending, and I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. Silas, I believe we're done with the call now.
Great. That concludes our conference. Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.